Mecha and Sword. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 The Moon Waxes. The final design of Xinghe is not like the shooting star and crescent moon that Shenmue said, but like a full moon. It's so fat, Shenmue thought of the Lao Taoli design by Ji Xinghe at the beginning. Compared with the design of Lao Taoli, Xinghe looks similar, except that there are no tires and a fat body with tires stacked on top of each other. There is no way. These discarded parts are too useless and can't support the relatively slender design at all. We can only make it fatter. But it's better to be fatter. If it is fatter, the defense will be stronger, and the endurance can be improved because of the body size. The oxygen and nutrients needed to maintain the survival of the driver can be carried more. In short, fat people are blessed, and so are mechas. Ha ha ha. Master Liu couldn't help laughing when looking at the three-dimensional drawings of Xinghe. He has been in the industry for so many years, but this is the first time he has seen such a fat mecha design. As we all know, the larger the body, the lower the flexibility, and flexibility is very important for mechas. So he next to him was also looking at the three-dimensional drawings and barely saw something. Although Xinghe is fat, doesn't it have an overclocking mode? As long as it enters the overclocking mode, the outer armor can be removed and the flexibility can be greatly improved. It looks like a bulky fat man at ordinary times, but it will be overclocked when fighting and become a mecha like a handsome man. I think it's very handsome. Shenmue nodded in agreement. You are right. The moon has waxing and waning phases, and Xinghe can be a full moon or a crescent moon. Master Liu explained patiently. There is indeed an overclocking mode design, and flexibility and speed can be greatly improved. But that also means that Xinghe's defense capabilities will be greatly reduced. Well, it's like wearing heavy armor during ancient wars. Although you can't run fast and your physical strength can hardly support long-term battles, you can protect your own safety very well. Once you take off the heavy armor, you may be killed at any time on the battlefield. And the endurance will also decrease. If you don't overclock, it's easy for Xinghe to rush thousands of miles. After overclocking, it only has 15 minutes of combat time. 15 minutes is really useless on the battlefield. Suhi laughed. Lao Ji is not going to the battlefield. If he really goes to the battlefield, we will definitely have an advantageous situation. Or our space firepower will cover the attack, bomb the Empire mecha formation first and then go up to harvest. It's okay. Master Liu nodded in agreement. Shenmue snorted twice and turned to leave, finding a place to start repairing the parts of Xinghe, so Master Liu and others also started the repair work. Because they are all useless abandoned parts, if you want to use them, in addition to spending money to buy them, the biggest expense is the repair of these abandoned parts. It's not that there are no better parts in the base, but the problem is that Ji Xinghe can't afford it. He can only buy this kind of cheap useless parts. It's good that Shenmue and Master Liu helped out. Ji Xinghe can't ask someone to borrow money, right? Inexplicably, Ji Xinghe suddenly missed Jackson a little. The work of repairing parts is very tedious. Thousands of parts need to be repaired. And some parts need to be disassembled into smaller units for repair. It is estimated that it will take 1 month to complete all the repairs, and this is still with the help of Shenmue and Master Liu. If there hadn't been a dust storm, Ji Xinghe wouldn't have been able to complete the repair work within a month. Even if he was given another month, he wouldn't have been able to complete the final design of Xinghe. It would have taken him several months to select the parts suitable for Xinghe in the warehouse. As everything was proceeding step by step, an unexpected surprise suddenly appeared. Ji Xinghe's fame and Master Liu's connections in base number 6 for so many years made many mechanics in the mecha area come to help on their own, and the progress of repairing parts was greatly improved. Lao Ji, we didn't help you before because we wanted you to give up. This thing is useless even if it is built. When you are really needed, you can pick any standard mecha as long as we have it in our base. That's right. I've seen the design plan. It's just the overclocking mode that has some potential. The regular form is at most the level of the 7th generation of our federal standard mecha, which is not a little behind. But your overclocking mode might as well be called the suicide mode. Without the outer layer of protection, it will be useless after a few hits. Even if it is not hit, its endurance is not good. That's not the case. The regular form of Xinghe is still useful. It has super defense. It can be smashed in two. It doesn't matter how many imperial mechas there are, it will just rush around. Mechas are originally called humanoid tanks. Lao Ji's design is a return to basics. It will hit your head. It is made entirely of discarded parts. It will be useless after a few hits. You let Lao Ji sit in the mecha as a target, that's true, but, Lao Ji, why do you have to sit down to drive the mecha? Our standard mechas are all in standing driving mode. Your previous Lao Tal drove it while sitting down, and this Xinghe is still driven while sitting down. I don't think you are physically weak, your legs and feet are very good, because Lao Ji was a car mechanic before, he is an experienced driver. He knows the benefits of driving while sitting down after driving a lot. If possible, I hope to drive while lying down, which is too comfortable. You have a problem. Although I didn't understand it, you must have a problem. The professional mechanics in the mecha area were full of doubts and distrust about the design of Xinghe and the materials used to build Xinghe. But when they found that Ji Xinghe was not joking, nor was it just a 3-minute interest, and that Master Liu, who also disagreed, was also helping Ji Xinghe wholeheartedly, they began to help with all their strength. It only took 10 days for Xinghe to complete the construction work, which made Ji Xinghe feel much better, but the accident still happened. Ding, ding, ding. A series of message prompts suddenly sounded from the bracelets of the mechanics who were repairing the Star Moon parts in the mecha area. They were the messages of the task log update. Hey, have any damaged mechas been delivered? The dust storm is not over yet. This is our mecha, the mecha of our base. Everyone in the number 86 operation area, follow me to your position, immediately, right now. Everyone in the number 109 operation area, take your position. Lao Ji, I'm sorry. Amid the shouts, some mechanics put down the Star Moon parts they were repairing without hesitation, returned to their own operation areas, and began to prepare according to the task log, organize the maintenance equipment they needed, go to the warehouse to get the relevant parts, etc. The other mechanics who did not receive the task also put down the Star Moon parts and looked nervously at an entrance to the repair area. 3 tractors drove in from the entrance one after another, each dragging a damaged mech behind them. The front mech had an imperial bayonet stuck in its chest, and the severely damaged front protective armor had dark brown bloodstains that silenced the entire mech area. The second mech lost its left arm, and lay on the hanging board towed by the tractor with scars all over its body. The third mech was even more seriously damaged, and its entire back seemed to have been ripped open as it lay on the hanging board, with the cockpit exposed to the mechanic's sight. It can be imagined that the mech warrior who was in the cockpit before. A total of 10 operating area mechanics received the task, and they had to work together to repair these 3 mechas. Under normal circumstances, each operating area has the ability to independently repair a mech, so this is not a normal situation, but a critical situation. The mechanics who did not accept the task did not have the heart to repair the parts of Xinghe at this time, because they knew that the 3 damaged mechas were just the beginning. There were only 6 mechas available at base number 6 before the dust storm. After the dust storm, the number became 36. All the remaining mechas, whether repaired or newly built, were sent to the war zone. The imperial mechas appeared near the base. I don't know how they crossed the blockade. There are not many, but because of the dust storm, Sui quickly inquired about the news and informed Ji Xinghe. Yet, Ji Xinghe just responded and continued to repair the parts of Xinghe. Shen Mu, who was next to him, looked at Ji Xinghe and continued to repair the parts of Xinghe. Shen Mu did not receive the maintenance task, but Master Liu did. The sound of military boots stepping on the ground sounded, and someone came to Ji Xinghe's side. Have you had enough fun? Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun's voice did not stop Ji Xinghe's actions. He didn't even pay attention to Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun because he was very anxious now. Corporal Ji Xinghe, a second-class mecha warrior, Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun said sternly. Here, Ji Xinghe finally stood up straight and responded loudly. Report to the combat zone, mission, standby. Yes, Ji Xinghe strode out of the mecha area, leaving his Xinghe behind. Sui followed closely with a camera. Shen Mu, who stayed in place, looked at Ji Xinghe again in silence, and this time only saw his back. Then he lowered his head and continued to repair the parts of Xinghe. He was the only one left, but there were not many parts of Xinghe that needed repair. Thanks to Jugan, 2 starting coins, for the reward. Thanks to M5, 500 starting coins, for the reward. Thanks to Gia Mushroom, 100 starting coins, for the reward. thanks to Langfeng Dashu, 1,500 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to Quasimodo, 500 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to Saizi 4,444, 100 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to Shangjizi, 500 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to Schrödinger 86, 600 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to Gu Yufen, 100 starting coins. For the reward coins. For the reward, thanks to Fanzia Shui, 100 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to the radish crisp cake of the Sultanate of Roma, 100 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to Brothers Yuan, 1,602 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to Shisanshu, 100 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to Huxiangsha of Zuranjiangshan, 302 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to Yao Marenia, 100 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to all the bosses for the reward, thanks to all the bosses for the recommendation votes, monthly tickets and comment support. I love you. Chapter 77 I'm here. Xinghe, which was originally planned to be completed in 2 days, could not be completed as scheduled. Ji Xinghe, who was supposed to build the mecha by himself according to the original plan, came to the combat zone of base number 6 for various reasons, and was idle for various reasons. There are 62 mecha warriors like him, but there are only 31 mechas available at base number 6 at this time. There were 33 just now. When Ji Xinghe came to the combat zone from the machine repair area, another mecha was damaged and towed to the mecha area for repair, and another one is currently out of contact. Instructor Li, who was sitting next to Ji Xinghe, sat upright, looking at a corner of the big screen in front of him with a very serious expression. This is the standby area of the combat zone of base number 6. The holographic projection screen shows the picture of the command center and the observable periphery of the base, but at this time the periphery is full of dust storms and nothing can be seen clearly. The information that Instructor Li was paying attention to at this time was the radar light picture in the corner of the big screen. There were 21 green spots in the circular area, representing the 21 mechas and 21 mecha warriors who had left the base. They were spreading out in groups outside the base for detection. There were still 63 mecha warriors left in the base, including Ji Xinghe and Instructor Li, but there were only 10 spare mechas. From the perspective of quantity, Ji Xinghe could go back to build his Xinghe, but he had to stay for emergencies, because if the mecha was broken, it could be repaired quickly, but if the mecha warrior was injured, it could not be treated quickly. If he died, the green spots on the small map kept flashing, because the communication signal would be suddenly interrupted by the dust storm, and some even did not reappear for several minutes after disappearing, which made Instructor Li very worried. It was not easy to reappear, but it suddenly disappeared again within 2 minutes, which made Instructor Li more and more anxious, and he couldn't help but stand up. Ji Xinghe, who was sitting like a bell, looked at Instructor Li but said nothing. Young people rarely have the patience to be so patient. Although Instructor Li is already in his early 40s, he is indeed a young man in front of Ji Xinghe. Old Ji, come out with me, Instructor Li shouted and left the standby area directly. Ji Xinghe got up and followed. Outside is a not-so-long passage. Crossing the passage, you will arrive at the armor-piercing area. The remaining 10 mechas in the base are all standing here. The cockpit doors are all open. Some mechanics are doing repeated inspections. Instructor Li stood at the exit of the passage and looked at the 10 mechas, and said anxiously, how did they get here? Even if there is a dust storm, it is impossible to break through our blockade so easily. Aren't they afraid of being attacked from both sides? There are 3 types of blockades on alien planets by the Federation. One is a warning blockade outside the military zone, which can be called a sentry post. One is a false blockade that is used to interfere with the Empire's detection of the specific locations of the Federation's military zones, bases, and mining areas. The last type is a real blockade line, protecting the Federation's non-military areas on alien planets, such as bases and mining areas. Under strict defense, it is difficult for the Empire's mecha to appear near the Federation base, so even if there is a dust storm, the mecha left behind at base number 6 has only been increased to 36, but now they have appeared. The reason is unknown, the method is unknown, and the number is unknown. Ji Xinghe did not respond. Lao Ji, I haven't been to the battlefield for too long, and this is the first time I have encountered such a situation, so I am very nervous now. But I can't show this nervousness in front of them, it will make them more nervous, Instructor Lee explained and then said, "You are different, your mentality is very good, and you shouldn't have to go out this time." Ji Xinghe nodded, still saying nothing. Instructor Lee didn't actually need an answer, he just wanted to find someone to talk to. It's really strange. The last time an Imperial mecha appeared in the Grand Canyon was already very strange. Later, when we went to investigate the situation and towed back the 3 Imperial mechas, we didn't find anything abnormal. There was no follow-up support from the Empire, as if the 3 Imperial mechas didn't exist. They had lost contact when they mistakenly entered the canyon. The situation this time is even stranger. The Empire has no reason to know that our base is nearby. Their exploration is very purposeful. I watched the video of the mecha battle, and they actually made me feel afraid of death. I just wanted to save my life and leave, but they were still kept by our soldiers. Speaking of which, I heard that Ji Xinghe, Lao Ji, is going to use the engines and nuclear fuel cells of the Imperial mechas. Is that okay? If you ask me, it would be better for you to sell the contribution points you gained from the battlefield. You can save up and buy our Federation's mecha engines directly. They are definitely superior in performance to the engines of the 3 Imperial mechas. We have already sacrificed 3 mecha warriors. They are all soldiers out-trained. I feel very sad, but I can't tell anyone else. I don't want them to go out. Maybe even without stopping the Imperial mechas, they won't be able to find our exact location. While they are searching, they will run away in the dust storm. But I can't stop them from going out. I told Lieutenant Colonel Chen soon that I can drive the mecha out. After all, I am the best instructor in base number 6, and they are still young and have opportunities to grow. They are not as good as me. But Lieutenant Colonel Chen soon didn't let me go out because my current function is not to fight. I have become an instructor. Lao Ji, sometimes I really envy you. I asked Lieutenant Colonel Chen soon about your visit to base number 3 afterwards. He said that he was going to deny the result of the lottery according to Lieutenant Shin Yu's statement, on the grounds that you could distinguish the different colors of the metal balls. As a result, you started to fight directly after a disagreement. Lieutenant Colonel Chen soon was afraid that you would break the legs of the cripple and others. I was afraid too, so I had to let you go. I also want to use similar methods to penetrate armor and fight like you, but I can't. I am a professional soldier and I must obey orders. I really want to smoke a cigarette. Instructor Lee's nagging was heard by someone, but his wish was destined to be unfulfilled because there was no cigarette on the alien planet. Let's go back, Lao Ji. Thank you. Yes. The two returned to the standby area and sat down, continuing to stare at the various information displayed on the big screen. A mecha warrior on standby suddenly stood up. Report to the instructor. Go ahead, I want to go to the bathroom. Go. Going to the bathroom is a small matter, but also a troublesome matter. They are ready to wear armor at any time. Everyone has put on protective clothing. This kind of protective clothing specially used by mecha warriors is much lighter than the bulky spacesuits, but it is not easy to wear. The standby time can be long or short. The mecha warriors who need to keep their physical condition at all times do not have any leisure time. They have to eat, drink water, exercise on time, and even rest in the standby area. They have to sleep even if they can't sleep. Lin Litten, here, put on armor. Yes, someone received the order and trotted away. Zhang Jin, here, piercing armor. Yes, Sichuan Ian, piercing armor. Tom Hess, piercing armor. Andre, piercing armor. There are not only people from Longzhou in base number 6, but also people from Yingzhou and Xiongzhou. One after another, the mecha warriors pierced armor and left the standby area and left the base, but none of them could return to the standby area, and not all of the mechas they drove could be transported back for repair in the first time. When there were only 4 intact mechas inside base number 6, and only 20 green light spots representing intact mechas outside the base, Ji Xinghe still couldn't hear his name, so he stood up when Instructor Lee received the order to arrange for others to pierce armor, his tone calm but unquestionable. I'll do it. This old Ji is going to disobey military orders again. Instructor Lee subconsciously wanted to scold him but saw Ji Xinghe's eyes. Ji Xinghe, here, piercing armor. Yes. Chapter 78-2. Why? Lieutenant Colonel Chen soon looked at Instructor Lee expressionlessly. Instructor Lee stared with his eyes wide open. I have the authority, I know, so I'm asking why, because none of them are as strong as Lao Ji, sir. You are not a professional so you can't see it, but I am a professional and I can see it. because among the 4 mechas we had left just now, only one was the 16th generation standard mecha, and this generation of mechas is what Lao Ji is best at. He drove this generation of mechas against 3 alone and tied with his special mecha warrior Major Jackson. Because Lao Ji wants to drive a mecha, he wants to fight, he wants to kill all the imperial gorillas and monkeys. Lieutenant Colonel Chen soon stared at Instructor Li in silence for a moment before turning and leaving. Instructor Li, who was relieved, realized at this time that his back was already wet with sweat. Turning back to the standby area, Instructor Li sat on a chair and stared at the big screen. He was more anxious than before, but this time Ji Xinghe was no longer by his side. He couldn't talk to other mecha warriors in the standby area because they were too young. Maybe he could talk to reporter Xiao Su? Anyway, he didn't have to go to the battlefield. When Instructor Li was thinking about this, he found that Suhi was looking at him with some complaints. This reminded him that Suhi was the man who mastered the sight of 300 million people. If something happened to Ji Xinghe, Suhi added a few narrations when editing the video. At least 300 million federal people would. The real trouble is definitely not the federal audience on the Blue Star, but from the federal high level. But Instructor Li is not too worried about this matter now, because he knows that Lieutenant Colonel Chen soon will help him carry it. If Lieutenant Colonel Chen soon is unwilling, Ji Xinghe will not be able to complete the armor penetration and will not be able to leave base number 6 again. Even if Lieutenant Colonel Chen soon couldn't bear it, Instructor Li would not regret his decision today, so he looked at Suhi and whispered, "Soldiers should not be mascots." Suhi wanted to say that Ji Xinghe was not a professional soldier, but he couldn't say that, because the standby area was full of professional soldiers, all ready to sacrifice at any time, and even everyone in base number 6, including himself, had made such preparations before coming to the alien planet. Lao Ji Xinghe was actually still short of some parts. The discarded parts in the warehouse are really useless, and he has no money to buy better ones. The last time he destroyed 3 imperial mechas, he didn't get much. It was far from enough to replace a set of 12th generation engines. He could only use the core engine of the imperial mecha, so he suppressed his dissatisfaction in his heart, and his voice was so loud that all the mecha warriors in the standby area could hear it clearly. "Instructor Li, this time Lao Ji's harvest, can you help apply for it, and count it as half for him?" Instructor Li looked at Sui in some surprise, and then his eyes were full of gratitude, and his tone was also relaxed. "Reporter Su, there are rules and regulations here. I can help you apply, but I can't guarantee that the application will be completed. Under normal circumstances, the gains of mecha warriors on the battlefield can only be counted as military merits and not contribution points. The last time the situation was special. Lao Ji was a mechanic, and he insisted, so he was counted as contribution points. It was because of this that he was only promoted to corporal, otherwise he would have been at least a sergeant. Then I don't care, you can do it yourself," Sui said relentlessly. "Anyway, all the mecha warriors and capable soldiers in the base have been beaten up by Lao Ji, except for you instructors. I heard from them that Instructor Li, you were also very good at fighting back then. Now that you are older, you should be able to fight even better like Lao Ji, right? Otherwise, you can try it when Lao Ji comes back. Everyone is waiting to see. Does everyone want to see a one-on-one duel between Instructor Li and Lao Ji?" Suhi looked at the mecha warriors and asked loudly. So the answer was loud and clear, yes, but Lao Ji is really good at fighting. Instructor Li can't handle it alone, Sui said with a smile. Why not let them join forces to fight Lao Ji? Do you want to see it? Yes, Instructor Li breathed a sigh of relief, but the expression on his face was like he was gritting his teeth and said, okay, when Lao Ji comes back, we will join forces to fight Lao Ji. If Lao Ji can still win, I will apply for a one-on-one duel between Lao Ji and the captured gorilla in the base. The atmosphere in the standby area suddenly became lively, and everyone relaxed, even though there were only 3 mechas on standby, and there were only 21 mechas outside the base, including the one that Ji Xinghe had just driven out. 12 of the original 36 mechas had been lost in half a day. The situation was very critical, but people could not be impatient. The most anxious and the least anxious person in the entire number 6 base is Ji Xinghe. He is anxious because his granddaughter is in the number 6 base, and he is not anxious because he is old. Since he was 5 years old, 60 years of life experience has told him that he should not be anxious to do anything. Armor penetration is completed, routine inspections are completed, and 3 gold stars are sprayed on the protective armor on the chest of the mecha. Ji Xinghe controls the mecha to pass through a metal gate that has just been opened. Listening to the sound of the metal gate closing behind him, through the data on the screen in his sight, watching the air outside the space mecha being evacuated, and the second metal gate on the front being opened, he drove the 16th generation standard mecha of the Federation and walked out in big strides, and then started running. The double swords he had made by himself before had been abandoned, but when he received the order and came to the standby area, Master Liu in the mecha area received the task and helped him make 2 brand new swords. Compared with the double swords made by Ji Xinghe himself last time, the materials of these 2 swords are more superior, and the parameters such as length and weight are not much different from the previous ones. Corporal Ji Xinghe, your detection area is the coordinates. In the process of leaving the base, Ji Xinghe's mission log was updated, so he walked through the dust storm and came to his detection area. The impact of the dust storm itself on the mecha can be completely ignored. Even without the mecha, the conventional alien dust storm is comparable to the wind speed of the blue star tornado. For humans who only wear spacesuits, the impact is not great. Because the atmosphere of the alien is very thin, the air pressure is very low, and the phenomenon of being blown down by the wind basically does not occur. Just stay where you are and wait quietly for the dust storm to leave, and you will be safe. The real danger comes from the unconventional dust storm. The wind speed can easily exceed 180 meters per second, more than 600 kilometers per hour, covering hundreds of kilometers and even the entire alien surface, and lasting for several months. The dust carried by the wind can rise to an altitude of 6,000 to 8,000 meters to form a dust cloud covering the entire alien planet. It can also have unprecedented power due to the wind speed, easily penetrating the spacesuit and endangering life. Now it is an unconventional alien dust storm. It has lasted for almost 2 months, and the dust storm has not left the area where the number 6 base is located. The dust in the sky makes various detection equipment fail and the vision is blocked. The tornado-like wind column moves back and forth in the dust storm. They are the cause of the dust storm, and they appear because of the dust storm. 70 meters, this is Ji Xinghe's current visibility, but this visibility is not absolute, and it will keep changing due to the dust storm. The 16th generation standard mecha of the Federation, holding 2 swords, has already turned on the full power mode in advance under the control of Ji Xinghe. He ran in the dust storm not to quickly search for the imperial mecha, but to find his comrades first. The cripple said, when facing an imperial mecha, never fight in close combat if you can provide fire coverage, and never fight alone if you can outnumber the enemy. Ji Xinghe didn't want to fight alone, but an imperial mecha appeared in his sight, and the 2 sides were 60 meters apart. Report, imperial mecha spotted, immediately, sizzle, support, sizzle. The communication was affected, but Ji Xinghe knew very well that he should retreat temporarily and wait for support from nearby comrades. However, Ji Xinghe, who had just controlled the mecha to turn, once again controlled the mecha to turn, facing an imperial mecha that was charging towards him, smashed the dust in the dust storm and began to charge. Because behind him at this time, another imperial mecha appeared. Chapter 79, Putting the Knife Away. The battle was imminent, because there was no way to retreat. The sound of machine guns suddenly rang out, coming from the shoulder of the imperial mech. The imperial mech in the charging state used long-range weapons to attack first. If the 2 sides were not too close and the charging speed was not too fast, it would definitely choose to release artillery shells to attack. Compared with the imperial mech encountered last time, this imperial mech was much more cautious in its attitude towards Ji Xinghe, because this time there were 3 gold stars on Ji Xinghe's mech. The clanging sound continued to sound on the outer armor, and those bullets were like hitting a tank, and could only splash dense sparks. Ji Xinghe raised his hand to protect the head of the mech, and the speed of the charge was not slowed down by these bullets. The distance of about 60 meters quickly disappeared under the charging posture of both sides. When the spear, which was more than 6 meters long, was about to pierce Ji Xinghe's mecha, Ji Xinghe, whose sight should have been blocked, suddenly controlled the mecha to complete a maneuvering turn. The metal feet of the mecha were as flexible as dancing, allowing the tall mecha to turn around and move sideways to avoid a spear. It was not easy to complete this maneuver. A reminder message was displayed in the corner of the holographic screen in Ji Xinghe's sight. Load overload reminder. 8G. Taking the gravity acceleration of 9.8 meters per second on the Azure Star as the unit of measurement G, the acceleration of ordinary cars is less than 0.5 G, which can give people a sense of pushing back. Ordinary sports cars are less than 0.8 G, Bungee jumping is less than or equal to 1G, civil airliners are less than 2G, and F1 Formula 1 cars are less than 3G. Excellent fighter pilots can withstand a maximum load overload of 9G, and the maximum G value that stunt pilots astronauts who have been trained for many years can withstand is no more than 12G, which is also called the limit value of humans. In terms of speed, mechas are not even comparable to cars, and the gravity acceleration on alien planets is also much lower than that on the Azure Star. However, the load overload caused by the instant acceleration, turning maneuver, collision, etc. during the mecha battle can reach an average of 6G. Healthy adult men will fall into coma if they bear a load between 6G and 6.5G without training, and professional athletes will generally fall into coma at 7.5G. The load overload brought to Ji Xinghe by this maneuver just now was as high as 8G, but he did not fall into coma, and did not feel dizzy at all. The 16th generation standard mecha was close to the lance of the imperial mecha, and the metal giant feet trampled the ground so that the dust flew more in the dust storm. Seeing that the two mechas were about to collide with each other, Ji Xinghe did not cut out the double knives in his hand at the first time, because the imperial mecha raised its right knee. The lance missed, and the imperial mecha still maintained the state of charging. It raised its right knee without hesitation at a very high speed. It crashed into the torso of Ji Xinghe's mecha. There was a sharp metal thorn on its knee, which was also one of its weapons. The length of the lance was more than 6 meters, but the distance between the two mechas was less than 6 meters. Everything happened in a flash. Ji Xinghe's metal arms holding the double knives pressed down at the same time and hit the raised right knee of the imperial mecha. The collision occurred in an instant. The protective armor on the front of the two mechas collided with the kinetic energy of both sides. At this time, the imperial mecha, which was only standing on one leg, fell down without any accident. The metal thorn on its knee failed to hit Ji Xinghe, but Ji Xinghe's double knives hit it. When he held the knives with both hands and smashed them down, the sharp edges of the double knives were facing the imperial mecha, so when the collision occurred, Ji Xinghe used his mecha protective armor to resist the back of the knife. Fortunately, it was a new knife, otherwise it would have been shattered. The sudden maneuver and collision, you can imagine how much load the gorilla driver in the imperial mecha just now has to bear. That is enough to make professional athletes on the Azure Star faint instantly. Overload, but it is a gorilla with physical fitness far superior to humans, so it did not faint. So, being in the mecha, it could watch two knives being lifted high by a Federation 16th generation standard mecha, and then smash down suddenly. Just after the collision, the Federation mecha that was holding the knife in the front hand had changed to holding the knife in the back hand, which made the two knives that fell down have stronger power. How did it do it? Why is the Federation mecha with 3 gold stars so strong? When this thought flashed through the mind of the gorilla driver, the sound of artillery bombardment sounded. It was the support of another Empire mecha. It completely ignored its fellow comrades, so in a sense, this was not support. The Federation 16th generation standard mecha did not have an anti-missile system, so Ji Xinghe gave up destroying the fallen Empire mecha without hesitation. When he controlled his mecha to roll and crawl to avoid it, the roar and vibration spread, and the shells accurately hit the fallen Empire mecha. The shock wave generated by the explosion made the surrounding dust storm disappear. Before the new dust was swept in by the dust storm, the Imperial mecha that had just fired the shells had already rushed over. Its weapon was not a bayonet, but a giant chain-serrated knife. The metal arms that were still holding the two knives were propped up on the ground. When Ji Xinghe controlled his mecha to stand up, the 3-meter-long chain-serrated knife had already chopped towards the neck of his mecha. The two knives crossed like the wings of a butterfly, blocking the fiercely attacking chain-serrated knife. The tremendous power extended to the arms of the mecha through the two knives, and then turned into a load imposed on Ji Xinghe's body. The joystick he held tightly in both hands seemed to be stuck and difficult to pull. After a buzzing sound, there was a sizzling sound, and the chain-serrated knife turned like a chainsaw. Ji Xinghe's two knives failed to cut the metal chain hidden in the blade in the collision just now. Sparks flew everywhere, raining down on the area where the dust had just been cleared due to the explosion. Another fallen Imperial mecha had a lot of damage due to the explosion, but it was still able to move and was getting up. Ji Xinghe's double swords were about to be sawed off, controlling the mecha to retreat 3 steps. The double swords in his hands lost most of their power and were directly pressed down by the chain-serrated knife. Ji Xinghe took the opportunity to withdraw the two swords with obvious gaps, But the chain-serrated knife did not fall to the ground because of this. It was firmly controlled by the mechanical hand of the Imperial Mecha. The Imperial Mecha stepped forward and raised the knife with both hands to chop it down again. Instead of retreating, Ji Xinghe chose a fighting method that best suited his 8-cut knife. The 1-meter-long 8-cut knife is actually a short knife for the mecha, and the short knife is most suitable for close combat. With a loud bang, the Federal Mecha hit the Imperial Mecha fiercely, and the relatively short double sword slashed at the armpits of the Imperial Mecha at the same time. Because the flexibility of the mecha's arms needs to be guaranteed, there is no protective armor at the armpits of the mecha. The outer layer of metal that could withstand heavy machine gun fire was not enough in front of Ji Xinghe's double swords. 2 clangs became 1, and 2 gaps appeared on the Imperial mech. But these 2 gaps were not fatal. Because of the collision between the 2 sides, the Federal mech and the Imperial mech were separated at the touch, and both staggered as if they had lost their balance. The Imperial mech that had just climbed up did not choose to pick up the bayonet that had just fallen, but instead rammed directly into Ji Xinghe's mech with great ferocity. However, although Ji Xinghe's mech was staggering, it did not mean that he had lost his balance, or in other words, he had not lost his ability to fight after losing his balance. During the collision of the Imperial mech, he had already seen the state of the Imperial mech clearly. The front protective armor was still there, but 2 cracks appeared. It was because of the bombardment of the shells just now, and also because of Ji Xinghe's double swords just now. Ji Xinghe controlled the mecha's feet and took a step back, but the upper body of the mecha failed to retreat in time, so the center of gravity of the mecha was completely lost, and it fell straight forward. It looked like a human with both feet close to the ground, legs straight and standing side by side, and the body leaning forward at a 45-degree angle. But he did not fall down, because the Imperial mecha had already rushed over, and the impact force made the center of gravity of his mecha return to normal. And the double knives in his hands also cut through the 2 cracks into the cockpit of the Imperial mecha. With a fatal blow, the Imperial mecha seemed to lose power in an instant, and the mecha that was close to Ji Xinghe was motionless. It opened its metal arms to hug Ji Xinghe, but failed to restrain Ji Xinghe's mecha. Boom, 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 the roar of the mecha running sounded. The Imperial mecha holding the chainsaw-tooth knife had regained its balance. It didn't know that its companion was dead, and thought that its companion had controlled Ji Xinghe, so it ran a few steps and suddenly stopped beside Ji Xinghe's mecha. It twisted the body of the mecha like a shot putter throwing a shot put, and clenched the chainsaw-tooth knife with both arms and slashed at Ji Xinghe horizontally. The sawtooth rotated at high speed, combined with the majestic power of the mecha. As long as it was cut, it could cause fatal damage, but Ji Xinghe, who was not controlled, easily avoided it. There was a loud explosion, and the fire burst. It was the chainsaw-tooth knife that hit the Imperial mecha. When the sawtooth was knocked away, the blade was also embedded in the body of the Imperial mecha and stuck. So Ji Xinghe, who had just drawn the knife, drew the knife calmly, and the target was still the armpit of this Imperial mecha. He had just cut 2 gaps, and this time he only focused on one of the gaps and cut 2 knives in a row. One knife cut diagonally, and the other cut horizontally. The cockpit of the Imperial mecha was damaged. Looking at the gorilla wearing a helmet inside, Ji Xinghe's eyes turned red. This was the first time he saw a living Imperial gorilla. He put away his knife, clenched his fist, and smashed. Chapter 80, Eye Insertion. Lao Ji? Lao Ji, I'm here. How many? 2, hold on. Run to your 7 o'clock direction, 700 meters. I'm running. We're running. No need. Slow down. Huh? I've got it. 2? All done. Yeah. The shortwave communication channel of the mecha suddenly became quiet, with only the inexplicable thumping sound echoing continuously. As the communication was intermittently restored, the command room of base number 6 received the relevant data sent back by Ji Xinghe driving the mecha, so the command room of base number 6 also became quiet. They knew very well the reason for the thumping sound. It was not the sound of the mecha stepping on the ground when running, but the sound of Ji Xinghe's fist controlling the mecha, punching the cockpit of the Empire mecha again and again. Ji Xinghe, stop the attack immediately. The expression on Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun's face became stronger, and he shouted urgently, prisoners, we want intelligence. The thumping sound was still incessant. The big screen in the command room showed the perspective of Ji Xinghe's mecha. The double metal fists did not stop because of Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun's shouting, but continued to punch down one after another at the previous rhythm. I know, Ji Xinghe's voice was very calm with red eyes. He looked at the gorilla pilot who was still alive in the cockpit of the Empire Mecha, and his heart was full of violent emotions. Xinfang Chang 13 young master once said that he was a violent person. At some point he was indeed, but he was not stupid. Until this time, everyone in the command room of base number 6 discovered that Ji Xinghe's fists did not hit the gorilla pilot. Dozens of punches were all hit on the metal wall of the cockpit. The gap that was not big originally became very big under the bombardment of the fists. The imperial gorilla hiding inside changed from a fearless and ferocious expression to a terrified look at Ji Xinghe through a protective helmet. Its eyes and glass mask reflected an expressionless but extremely fierce federal mecha. Of course, mechas cannot have expressions, but Ji Xinghe can make mechas fierce and even brutal. Everyone in the command room also felt this. The expression and eyes of the imperial gorilla, which was magnified on the screen based on the perspective of the mecha, were clearly seen by them. This imperial gorilla is actually afraid? Lao Ji, who fights in the training area every day, is indeed a violent person. Corporal Ji Xinghe, pay attention to controlling your emotions. Lieutenant Colonel Chen soon returned to an expressionless state and his voice calmed down. Yet, Ji Xinghe responded softly and punched 4 more times. The cockpit of this imperial metro was completely abandoned. Then he stopped and pondered for a while. Let someone come and clean the floor. Clean the floor? Everyone in the command room was a little stunned. They really didn't understand why Ji Xinghe suddenly said such jargon. In fact, it was just because Ji Xinghe wanted to say clean up the battlefield, but he felt that this was not a battlefield at all. He had no experience and casually said a word that flashed through his mind. He had never eaten pork, but he had seen pigs running. He saw it on TV. Okay, when Lieutenant Colonel Chen soon responded, the sound of mechas running wildly sounded, and 2 federal standard mechas appeared in Ji Xinghe's sight. In the sight of these 2 federal mechas, Ji Xinghe's mecha was standing next to the 2 fallen imperial mechas. When Ji Xinghe was punching just now, the 2 standing mechas fell to the ground at the same time and could never stand up again. Awesome, awesome, Lao Ji, you are really awesome. Fuck, chain serrated knife, an imperial noble, at least a viscount can use this kind of weapon. Lao Ji, you are so awesome. Huh? Alive. After the exclamation came shock. The 2 Federation mecha warriors finally saw the gorilla in the cockpit of an imperial mecha. Fuck, Lao Ji, you actually caught a living prisoner. How fresh? Are there any dead prisoners? Don't talk nonsense. Help Lao Ji keep an eye on it. Don't let it commit suicide. Imperial nobles generally don't commit suicide, and our prisoners seem to be nobles, but they usually fight to the last moment. Be careful that this dog thing jumps out and hits her knees with its fists. I'll let it hit for 100 years, and I lose if it moves. It seems to have a gun in its hand. I still have a mecha. The 2 mecha warriors felt a little strange. The imperial gorilla noble in the cockpit did have a gun in his hand, but at this time he was curled up in the severely damaged cockpit. He didn't dare to fire the gun, let alone rush out to fight, which was completely inconsistent with the usual fierce style of the imperial gorilla. Is it because it knows that its gun can't penetrate the protective armor of the 3 federal mechas? Or, looking at the many fist marks on the cockpit of this mecha, the 2 experienced mecha warriors understood. Who of you 2 is watching here? Ji Xinghe finally spoke. I'll continue to detect the situation. No, Lao Ji, according to the rules, all 3 of us have to stay here, because we are not sure whether they can maintain communication and whether there will be support. Not only the 3 of us, but the brothers in other detection areas must also be prepared to come to support at any time. Yes, there was a previous encounter like this. We had already won, but their support arrived first. Although we still won in the end, but, Ji Xinghe nodded, then let's follow the rules. The 3 mechas formed a circle with their backs to each other, with 2 fallen imperial mechas in the middle. They did not need to worry about what the surviving imperial apes would do, because they could all see the scene behind them. Ji Xinghe, who was proficient in mechanical repair, raised his knife and stabbed lightly, which damaged the energy transmission system of the imperial mecha. It was impossible for the imperial ape to control the explosion of the mecha's nuclear fuel cell. Before long, the reinforcements of the imperial mechas did not arrive. 2 armored vehicles escorted an armored tractor to the scene. With the joint efforts of 3 federal mechas, the 2 imperial mechas were lifted onto the tractor. The imperial gorilla noble was also shot with a tranquilizer gun, and then lifted into the armored vehicle by soldiers wearing high-strength protective clothing. We are leaving. Because we will activate the signal barrier device, all your communications will be cut off within 2 minutes until we are 2 kilometers away from you. During this process, you can move in the opposite direction. Our energy fluctuation detection system shows that there are no enemy mechas within a 2-kilometer range. If you have anything to communicate, please speak now. Compared with the simple radar system that comes with a mecha, the energy activity detection system on the armored vehicle is more powerful and can also have a good detection effect in the dust storm. There are many such pre-barrier detection systems within the 30-kilometer perimeter of base number 6, but because the communication signal is affected by the dust storm, and the Imperial Metro will destroy the detection system after discovering it, it is impossible to determine the traces and quantity of the Imperial Mecha in the first place, so there are different detection areas. Ji Xinghe's mission log is updated. He and the other 2 federal mechas will take the energy fluctuation detection device just delivered by the tractor to a certain coordinate for installation and detect the enemy situation in the area. Old G, is it okay? Why don't you wait for your new knife? The worried voice of the Mecha warriors sounded in the shortwave communication channel. They saw that Ji Xinghe's double knives were seriously damaged, and they also saw Ji Xinghe picked up an Imperial Mecha bayonet. Okay, Ji Xinghe drove a 4.2-meter high Federal Standard Mecha, carrying a 6.3-meter-long bayonet, and led the other 2 mechas in the dust storm. He was the lowest rank among the 3 and the oldest, and he was the first. Chapter 81 They are not human. Where's my grandpa? Ji Xinghe, who had just finished school, asked calmly while looking at Suhi who came to pick her up. It seemed as if she didn't know that the Imperial Mecha appeared outside the base, but Suhi knew very well that she already knew it, and everyone in base number 6 knew it now. Your grandpa drove the Mecha to fight the Imperial guerrillas. Suhi was a little embarrassed when he said this. Ji Xinghe's reaction was beyond his expectations. Her expression was as calm as before, but her 2 little hands clenched into fists unconsciously showed her nervousness. Grandpa will definitely blow the dog heads of those guerrillas. This time Suhi did not correct Ji Xinghe's words, but nodded seriously, and then wanted to lead Ji Xinghe to the command center, but this time he failed to lead her. Ji Xinghe followed him with her head down, her hands still clenched into fists and close to her body. She said sensible words, but her actions were telling of her inner protest. Suhi sighed in his heart and could only walk slowly in front, looking back at Ji Xinghe from time to time, following, fortunately. After Ji Xinghe was no longer in the Mecha Warriors standby area, Suhi arrived at the command center not long after he stayed in the standby area. He witnessed Ji Xinghe's complete victory against 2 enemies, and was also shocked by the brutality that Ji Xinghe could feel when he threw his fist. In the process of picking up Ji Xinghe, his drone for filming remained in the command room, but he was unable to witness any scenes worth watching. The task of the 3 top teams to go in and insert eyes was temporarily calm. When 2 figures, one large and one small, came to the command room through the metal door, someone looked at them a few times, but said nothing and continued to command the operation. Suhi and Ji Xinghe were ignored as if they were invisible. No one drove them away or asked anything. Everyone was doing their own work. Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun and other staff officers of base number 6 began to discuss in a corner of the command center without discovering the enemy for the time being. They also did not avoid Suhi, a war correspondent. As Major Jackson said, when facing the Empire, the unity of the Federation is unprecedented, and the difference in race theoretically cuts off the possibility of spies. The main reason is that the war zone has been limited to the alien planet from the beginning. The only people who have direct contact between the Federation and the Empire are the soldiers of both sides. The only way to contact and communicate is through fighting and war. The Imperial guerrillas and monkeys who came to the alien planet through the jump gate have never had any communication with the ordinary Federation people. The communication channels between the alien planet and the blue planet are all in the hands of the Federation. Of the 135 energy fluctuation detection devices, 39 have been destroyed so far. We have restored 26, and we need to restore 12 more to be able to grasp all the intelligence within a safe distance of the base. So far, a total of 17 of our mechas have been damaged, and only 21 are available. 2 of them have been repaired and put back into combat. 3 of the damaged mechas can be repaired and put into use within an hour, and 6 can be repaired and put into use within 3 hours. 12 of our Mecha warriors were sacrificed and 4 were injured. A total of 12 Imperial mechas were destroyed and 1 Imperial guerrilla was captured. The number of imperial mechas that can be confirmed is 6, and our mecha warriors are currently encircling and intercepting them. But according to our understanding of the imperial mecha formation, their organized mechas are generally 30. If a complete mecha formation comes this time, we will no longer have an advantage in the number of mechas. The biggest problem now is that we can't be sure whether they have learned the exact location of our base, and we can't be sure of their judgment of us, whether it is a regular blockade line or a base blockade line. If it is the latter, I suggest that we be prepared to activate the full area signal shielding equipment at any time, and activate it immediately once the dust storm weakens the impact of long-distance communication signals. Agreed, but if the full area signal shielding equipment is activated, we will lose contact with the mecha warriors, and the mecha warriors will also lose contact with each other. If we can't completely annihilate the imperial mecha at that time, what should we do with a small number of troops? What if the imperial mecha escapes? Then we must also be prepared to try to get in touch with the blockade area for support, and let them help intercept. How is the interrogation of the prisoners? Still interrogating, but they are very stubborn. If they are stubborn, just pull out their teeth. They are not human beings and are not bound by relevant conventions. Use any means necessary. I want intelligence, okay? Suhi, who was listening quietly, suddenly felt a corner of his clothes being pulled. He quickly turned his head and squatted down, looking at Ji Xinghe and whispered, "Zixin, what's wrong, uncle?" Ji Xinghe's voice was also very small. She looked at Suhi with a hesitant expression and asked, 12 uncles died, and 4 uncles were injured. Suhi nodded. Yes, their sacrifice and injury are valuable. They destroyed 12 imperial mechas. Ji Xinghe's eyes were a little moist. Are they the same as my father? Suhi took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, yes, they are mecha warriors like your father, and they are equally brave and fearless. Ji Xinghe's voice became a little trembling. Then will my grandpa die? Like my father, like those heroic uncles? No. Suhi shook his head firmly. Your grandpa will not die. Your grandpa is very strong. He destroyed 2 imperial mechas alone, and that prisoner was captured by your grandpa. Yeah, Ji Xinghe nodded with some difficulty. My grandpa will not die. He will blow the dog heads of those imperial apes. Yes, that's right. Suhi patted Ji Xinghe on the shoulder. Zixin, don't blame your grandfather, because he had to stand up. I know that grandpa went out to fight gorillas because he didn't want those heroic uncles to sacrifice like my father, and didn't want the children of heroic uncles to be like Zixin. Ji Xinghe took a few deep breaths, and suddenly squatted in a horse stance, and said in a firm voice, Zixin also wants to become stronger. Zixin also wants to stand up. Zixin said she would protect grandpa. Suhi did not dissuade, and slowly stood up with some difficulty, standing behind Ji Xinghe, ready to help the child when he couldn't hold on. He looked at the back of the child, and thought of Ji Xinghe's back when he left the mecha warrior standby area, and thought of Ji Xinghe's back when he drove the mecha out of base number 6. If possible, I want to stand in front of Lao Ji. I want to stand in front of Zixin. I want to shelter them from the wind and rain, instead of letting them shelter me from the wind and rain now and in the future. Ji Xinghe did not stand in front of others at this time, but stood behind others. Lao Ji, can you stop standing behind me? I always feel a chill on the back of my butt. Do you think Lao Ji wants to stand behind you and watch you poop? Can you please poop faster? How can I control this? Damn it, why isn't there a toilet designed inside the mecha? It's annoying to have to poop after you poop. You're so disgusting. If you don't mind the stink, you can ask Lao Ji to help you modify it. He is a professional mechanic and can even modify a smart toilet for you. Forget it, the stench in a closed system won't go away. Speaking of which, I couldn't bear to pee in the mecha at first. I had to hold it in until I took off my armor before peeing. As a result, I peed blood. Can you stop being disgusting? You pee in your protective suit, not in the mecha. What bullshit is that? You really have to bullshit, otherwise you'll feel uncomfortable after peeing. Do you believe that I'll crush you with my fucking foot? It was said that it was going to crush the person with 1 foot, but the mecha outside the closed chamber did not make any movement. It quietly waited for the mecha warrior inside to finish using the toilet and put on protective clothing, and then folded the closed chamber and put on armor again. The closed chamber automatically retracted and was picked up by the mecha and placed on the mounting point behind the mecha. The dust that had just poured into the cockpit was emptied, and the air required for human survival was filled again. The mecha warriors, who were relaxed, regained their combat effectiveness again. Ji Xinghe, who was silent throughout the whole process, turned around and left. He once again stood in front of the two mechas. Ji Xinghe was right. A big part of the reason why he stood up was that he didn't want these young mecha warriors to sacrifice. His ability is actually limited, and he can't protect everyone, but he is trying his best to protect those he can protect. There is an enemy at 12 o'clock. The short-lived restoration of communication silenced the two talkative mecha warriors, but Ji Xinghe, who had been silent all the time, spoke at this time. Assault formation number 3, I charge, you two support. No, I have 6 gold stars, I am the strongest, so I should charge. You two stay aside, I am a sergeant, you are a sergeant and a corporal, how dare you disobey military orders? Ji Xinghe's words were questioned again. Some people used gold stars to speak, some people used military rank to speak, but he could not use age to speak, so he asked softly, do you believe me? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 He Charges Again. In the second episode of The Old Man and the Sea of Stars, when Ji Xinghe was charging and fighting in the Grand Canyon, the questions he asked to the cripple and the blind men were not played out, but muted. Ignoring and violating military orders are taboos. Some can be proved to be correct afterwards, but this is a rare situation. Some people can prove themselves with their strength, but such people are also very rare. The Federation does not want young people who join the army because of Ji Xinghe to make the wrong choice at a critical moment because of Ji Xinghe. A misstep may seem small, but it may cause turmoil in the 3 armies. But the mecha warriors of base number 6, whether those who have left or some newcomers, have watched the complete mecha battle video record in the Grand Canyon and clearly heard the 2 questions asked by Ji Xinghe. He asked the cripple, do you believe me? He asked the cripple and the blind man, do you believe me? At this moment, the 2 young mecha warriors in the dust storm, after hearing Ji Xinghe ask them the same question, hesitated for a short time and gave the same answer, I believe it. It has nothing to do with age, and it has little to do with Ji Xinghe's combat effectiveness. Most of the reasons are that when they watched the video recording of the mecha battle in the canyon, they all imagined that they were at the scene at that time. If they could replace the cripple and the blind to witness Ji Xinghe's first battle, perhaps they could use the words that the special mecha warrior Major Jackson said to Ji Xinghe to describe it, this is my honor. 3 Federal Standard mechas of different generations began to charge, led by the 16th generation Federal Standard mecha driven by Ji Xinghe, which was behind the other 2 in terms of model and older than the other 2 mechas, just like Ji Xinghe was older than the drivers of the other 2 mechas. But when he insisted on taking the most dangerous charge position, the other 2 mechas chose to follow up, because he was Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, who already had 5 gold stars, Ji Xinghe who had won all 5 battles and had no damage to the mecha. After removing the armor, he is already a recognized peerless master, and is becoming a recognized peerless master after wearing armor. The encounter has begun. There are 9 of our mechas and 6 of the enemy's mechas. The numbering has been completed. The tentative mission target of Team 5 is the enemy's mecha number 4. During the running of the mecha, the communication with the base was briefly restored again, and the information sharing between data transmission was completed. The 6 imperial mechas were numbered. And team number 5 is the team where Ji Xinghe is. He is not actually the captain, but he communicated with the base as the captain should at the first time. Excuse me, do you need more prisoners? Ji Xinghe's voice sounded in the base command center. Everyone recognized it as Ji Xinghe's voice at the first time, because he was the oldest and his voice was the oldest. He was very recognizable in base number 6 and even the entire alien planet. It's not that no one is older than Ji Xinghe, the earliest survivors and generals who commanded the war, but they would not speak in the mecha. So everyone thought of Ji Xinghe's punches just now, which were extremely fierce but all hit the cockpit of the mecha. People could feel Ji Xinghe's anger and hatred towards the imperial guerrillas. And they could also feel Ji Xinghe's restraint and unwillingness. Who doesn't hate? Don't take prisoners. Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun's voice sounded in the communication channel. Mission goal, annihilate. Good. It should be said that Ji Xinghe, who received and understood, said a good word, and then turned on the full power mode of the mecha. This mode allowed his mecha to run faster again and the loss of energy reserves increased. No one reminded Ji Xinghe that he shouldn't do this. The two mechas on both sides behind him also turned on the full power mode because their comrades were fighting. 9-6 can win with more enemies, but it is impossible to win without loss, so they have to rush to the battle scene as soon as possible. And they know very well that this situation of more enemies is possible because their comrades have pursued and intercepted regardless of sacrifice, and they have to seize this opportunity. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom, bang bang bang. The view is still blocked by the dust storm, but the sound of fighting had already been heard, brought by the wind and dust in the dust storm, and transmitted by the vibration of the earth. Ji Xinghe, who heard this sound for the first time, thought of the video he had seen on the Blue Star, not the video of the mecha fighting, but the sound of one car after another losing control and colliding in the video of the serial car accident. The visibility was within 100 meters, so when Ji Xinghe saw the many mechas fighting together, they were already very close. 15 mechas that had exhausted their ammunition were fighting in close combat, making the area of 100 meters seem a bit crowded. The number 4 Empire mecha marked on the visual window was located in the group of mechas, and Ji Xinghe's way forward was blocked. The complexity of the situation and the changes in the situation exceeded the prediction and analysis of the base command center. It was difficult for Ji Xinghe's number 5 team to appear directly next to the number 4 Empire mecha. "Old Ji, don't panic, look carefully," the voice of the temporary captain of the number 5 team rang out in the shortwave communication channel. It was the sergeant. He thought that this complicated battle situation would make Ji Xinghe panic. But what he didn't know was that when Ji Xinghe played chess in the community, he often made people win with chariots, horses and cannons. Most of the reasons are certainly that the community where Ji Xinghe lives is full of bad chess players, but isn't it also a proof of Ji Xinghe's profound chess skills? Others take one step and look 3 steps ahead, but Ji Xinghe takes one step and looks at least 5 steps ahead. When he came to the chaotic mecha battle scene, he saw that after 5 steps, his mecha, which was in a charging state, also crossed 5 steps during this time. He thrust with a gun and pointed directly at the back of the number 3 Empire mecha. The Empire mecha with an eye on the back of its head turned around suddenly, but had no time to avoid it, and could not block Ji Xinghe's 6.2 meter long bayonet. It could only resist with a high-strength protective armor on the front of the mecha, while waving the bayonet in his hand to try to fight back desperately. It was just like when Han Li's mecha protective armor blocked Ji Xinghe's spear in the virtual world. But this time it was not on the virtual world. This time, Ji Xinghe's lance had a spearhead. The lance, which could be used as a standard weapon for mechas by the Empire, had a strong armor-piercing ability. Combined with the kinetic energy brought by Ji Xinghe's full power charge, the protective armor of the number 3 Empire mecha, which had already had some damaged armor due to the previous battle, was easily broken. It did not pass through the chest of the mecha, but passed through the chest of the Empire gorilla. The lance penetrated the cockpit of the number 3 Empire mecha and hit the protective armor on the back of the mecha, resulting in a complete victory. With a clang, the lance wielded by the number 3 Empire mecha had lost its power. Due to inertia, it hit the metal arm of Ji Xinghe's mecha, without causing any damage. Instead, it delivered a weapon to Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, who did not choose to draw out the bayonet, threw away the gun and grabbed it with his back hand. He swung his left fist at close range and smashed it. When the number 3 Empire mech fell to the ground with a bang, Ji Xinghe once again changed to holding the gun with both hands. Ji Xinghe, who had only been on the battlefield for 5 seconds, took down a piece of armor first, charged again, and won the battle. Su Chuanian, get out of the way. Su Chuanian, who was fighting a single battle with an Empire mech with his back to Ji Xinghe, did not choose to get out of the way. Just like Ji Xinghe had his own judgment of the battle, Su Chuanian also had his own ideas. Abandoning the sword and holding the gun, Su Chuanian threw away the heavy sword in his hand, and deflected the body of the mech when he was stabbed by the bayonet of the Empire mech. There was a piercing sound and sparks flew. When the bayonet passed through his mech body, his metal arms had already hugged the bayonet of the Empire mech. Then, he controlled the center of gravity of the mech to move forward and fell to the ground on his own initiative, exposing the back of the mech he was driving to the fist of the Empire mech, just to restrict the Empire mech. The Imperial mech seized this opportunity. It chose to attack instead of defending. It dropped its gun and put its fists together, then squatted down and smashed. Old Ji, Su Chuanian, who fell to the ground, succeeded in grabbing the gun but did not give up. He shouted and supported himself with his arms, crashing into the Imperial mech's feet on the ground, trying his best to create opportunities for Ji Xinghe. But Ji Xinghe disappointed him, because the metal spikes on the fists of the imperial mech reflected cold light in the dust in the air. As long as they hit, they could break the cockpit of Sichuan's mech. Because of the length and strength, it was uncertain whether it could cause fatal damage to Sichuan, but Ji Xinghe did not dare to gamble. The gun had deflected and hit the imperial mech's fists. The metal spikes were deflected by the heavy blow, sliding along the protective armor on the back of Sichuan's mech, leaving a clear metal groove while bringing out sparks. Old Sichuan was angry. The advantage of having more people against fewer people was not absolute, because the reinforcements of the Empire Mecha could arrive at any time. It was right to resolve the battle as soon as possible, and Ji Xinghe had the opportunity to kill him just now. But before Sichuan could finish his roar, he saw a scene that should not appear on the Mecha through a 360-degree perspective. The 16th generation standard Mecha of the Federation, holding guns in both hands, stood sideways under the control of Ji Xinghe. The spear that had just pierced the fist of the Empire Mecha had been retracted, and the Mecha's knees were bent just like Ji Xinghe when he squatted in the training area. He said that the waist and horse are more conducive to exerting force. But this is driving a Mecha. Can the Mecha also be waist and horse? Ji Xinghe didn't know the answer to this question before. He just habitually manipulated the Mecha to make this action based on his years of martial arts experience, and then thrust the gun straight. The force was unprecedentedly strong, because the standard mechas of the Federation are all human-like machines. The Ni auxiliary engine, the double arm auxiliary engine, and the core main engine all ran at high speed, making a strong humming sound. The energy transmission board inside the Mecha was shining brightly, but no one could see it, not even Ji Xinghe. But Sichuan and several other nearby Mecha warriors could see the bayonet in his hand, which broke through the side protective armor of the Imperial Mecha without hesitation. This shot spared no effort and directly broke and ignited the energy supply device of the Imperial Mecha. With a loud bang, the Imperial Mecha exploded into a ball of surging flames, drowning the mechas of Sichuan and Ji Xinghe. This scene is extremely rare on the surface of an alien planet, because the atmosphere of an alien planet does not have a combustion environment, but the oxygen supply equipment inside the Mecha provides a short-term combustible environment. The other Mecha warriors who were in the battle had no time to exclaim. As soon as the worry came to their hearts, they saw a federal 16th generation standard Mecha, which broke through the bursting flames and shut out. That was Ji Xinghe. He was charging, and he was charging again. Andre, get out of the way, okay. Chapter 83, Sharpening the Gun Before the Battle. Andre said to dodge, and Tom Hess, who teamed up with him to deal with the number 1 Empire mech, also chose to dodge. There are many reasons, such as the two of them were beaten by Ji Xinghe after arriving at base number 6, and because they were two foreigners who refused to admit defeat, they were beaten many times by Ji Xinghe. But if you want to ask what the most important reason is, it must be that the situation on the scene has undergone an absolute reversal, from 9 to 6 to 12 to 3. 2 of the 6 Empire mechas were destroyed by Ji Xinghe, and 1 was destroyed by other mech warriors. The advantage is absolute. War is not a child's play. Others will not cooperate with you unless you can bring victory. After judging the situation, Ji Xinghe asked, "Excuse me, are we in a hurry to finish the fight?" Being able to ask this question means that Ji Xinghe is fully confident, so the first-level mech warrior with the highest military rank on the scene directly responded with command power, "We have 10 minutes, okay?" Ji Xinghe confirmed his judgment and added, "Please believe me." He was still afraid that others would not believe him. But people finally began to believe him. The temporary commander gave orders, "Everyone listen to my command. Lin Litten, support Zhang Jin to deal with the enemy's number 4 machine. Andre and Tom Hess, take over the enemy's number 6 machine. Ji Xinghe, deal with the enemy's number 1 machine. The others surround a formation, check their own mechas, and turn on the alert mode." After the voice sounded in the mecha's shortwave communication channel, the well-trained mecha warriors began to change formations and perform their duties. 3 battles composed of 8 mechas were carried out under the siege and attention of 7 mechas. Naturally, the focus of attention was Ji Xinghe's battle, because he was the only one in the field who was fighting against the Imperial Mecha, because he had just broken 2 Imperial mechas, and because he had beaten all the Federal Mecha warriors on the scene. The 2 Mecha warriors who followed Ji Xinghe to charge were a little helpless, because it seemed that they had no part in this battle, but they still watched with passion. The scene of Ji Xinghe killing 2 imperial mechas in seconds will remain in their minds for many years and will become their topic of conversation for many years, provided that they can live for many years. In the ongoing battle, Ji Xinghe did not kill them in seconds, and it seemed that they were evenly matched, but the two of them and other mecha warriors would not think that Ji Xinghe was weak or weaker because of this, because this is the normal phenomenon of mecha fighting. The battle between people and people, the battle between people and gorillas, because everyone is flesh and blood, as long as the weapon hits the vital point, it can cause casualties. Even without weapons, the power of fists and feet can also cause casualties. But the mecha is not flesh and blood, and it is almost made of all metal. Whether it is facing the fists and feet of the mecha or the melee weapons of the mecha, it has extremely high defense. The armor dedicated to protection can completely withstand the bombardment of artillery shells under normal circumstances. The strafing of heavy machine guns can only leave some white spots. The attacks brought by the melee weapons equipped with a mecha can be blocked, or they can be resisted with protective armor. The scene of a real instant kill is extremely rare. Ji Xinghe caused 2 instant kills after participating in this local battle. The first one was because he completed the charge. Just like a stationary car can't kill people, but a car that reaches a certain speed can make people fly. When the mecha starts to charge, it has a strong potential energy. Combined with the power brought by the mecha engine and Ji Xinghe's accurate capture of the damaged parts of the imperial mecha, it achieves an instant kill. Most of the credit for the second instant kill can be attributed to Sichuan. He had already caused a certain degree of damage to the imperial mecha. At the last moment, he chose to blockade and restrict the imperial mecha fearlessly. All Ji Xinghe needed to do was to stab 2 accurate shots. There is difficulty, but it is not great. Andre and Tom Hess, who were originally against the number 1 imperial mecha, also caused damage to the number 1 mecha, but they were very decisive when they retreated and did not impose more restrictions on the number 1 imperial mecha, so Ji Xinghe's first shot was blocked by the number 1 imperial mecha, and the second shot, the third shot, the same is true. The bayonets used by the 2 mechas are exactly the same. They are all standard bayonets for the Empire standard mechas that are more than 6 meters long. Ji Xinghe's mecha is shorter, only 4.2 meters, while the Empire mecha is taller, 4.8 meters. Neither side chose close combat. Ji Xinghe, who took the initiative from the first attack, controlled his mecha to stand steadily on the alien land. His metal feet seemed to have taken root, and he fired one shot after another with both hands. The number 1 Empire mecha only had the power to block. It had no chance to counterattack. After blocking a shot, the bayonet in its hand had just stabilized, and Ji Xinghe's next shot had already stabbed over, and the speed and frequency were getting faster and faster. Because Ji Xinghe found his rhythm and the rhythm of the number 1 Empire mecha's blocking, he actually found an opportunity to break the number 1 Empire mecha, but he did not choose to seize this opportunity for the time being. 12-6, evenly matched, so it must be broken forcefully. 12-3, the advantage is on my side, why can't I sharpen my spear before the battle? The old spear is newly sharpened and glows with glory. With a clang, Ji Xinghe's spear finally pierced the chest of the number 1 Empire mech, but this shot did not cause a breaking effect, as if Ji Xinghe did not use any force. After the piercing, he immediately put away the gun. He chose to give up the advantage at this time, occupying the absolute initiative. He did not take the initiative to attack again, but stood with his hands holding the gun waiting for the attack of the number 1 Empire mech. Old G, a low cry sounded in the shortwave communication channel, but it was quickly suppressed by the speaker himself. A mech warrior thought that Ji Xinghe's mech suddenly had a problem, and when he was about to charge to help, he stopped. The number 1 Empire mech seized this opportunity and finally stabbed Ji Xinghe with its first shot of attack. Clang. Ji Xinghe, who chose to control the mech sideways with his hands holding the gun, easily deflected the shot, not blocking but deflecting. The confidence that he was willing and strong was seen by all the mech warriors, and Ji Xinghe's voice also sounded in the shortwave communication channel. You should have heard of a saying, a stick for a month, a knife for a year, and a gun for a lifetime. The third shot of the number 1 Imperial mech was also swept away by Ji Xinghe. It can be seen that it is very anxious now, because it is now the last surviving Imperial mech in the whole field. The other 2 2-on-1 battles have already been decided when surrounded by 7 federal mechas, so now 11 federal mechas are watching Ji Xinghe's battle and alerting the Imperial mech reinforcements that may appear at any time. I have never practiced guns, I have only practiced knives and sticks, Ji Xinghe has not forgotten that he is a specially hired combat instructor in the training area of base number 6, because he has been receiving this salary, and although the current mecha combat is somewhat different from his duties, he has never been stingy with teaching. If possible, he hopes that everyone will know what he knows. But I have practiced for a lifetime, so I can use a gun. Ji Xinghe found a problem, that is, he must let others know that he is very strong, otherwise he would ask others if they believe him every time, which is actually a bit hypocritical, so he said this. There were constant clanging sounds as Ji Xinghe nonchalantly deflected the shots from Empire Mech number 1. This scene looks similar to the previous one, but the difference was definitely not just the attack and defense positions, but also the calmness and composure displayed by Ji Xinghe compared to the flustered state of Empire Mech number 1 just now. But do you really need to practice for a lifetime to use a cold weapon like the spear? No, not really. Why do the Imperial mechas use the bayonet as a standard weapon? Because the bayonet is very long, and because spear skills are easy to learn, it is normal that someone who has practiced with a sword for a year cannot beat someone who has practiced with a spear for a month. Therefore, from the spears of primitive times to the spears that were the main weapons of ancient military formations, there are countless users like the sands of the gangs. So the spear is the king of all weapons. A lifetime of spear training means that spear skills are difficult to master, that it is sharp when advancing, fast when retreating, dangerous when retreating, short when advancing, as still as a mountain, and as powerful as thunder when moving. When one can reach this unpredictable and infinitely mythical realm of spear skills, the spear can also be called the thief of all weapons. A thief is difficult to defend against for 1,000 days and never misses. I don't believe that the Imperial ape spear skills have reached this level. Do you believe it? The relaxed and joyful responses of the mecha warriors were heard on the shortwave communication channel, with disbelief coming one after another, but also mixed with a few inharmonious responses. Andre, Old G, are there subtitles? Tom Hess, can you repeat it in Eagle language, Old G? What you said is very unfriendly to us Eagle continent people. I am also your representatives. You can't favor one over the other. Ji Xinghe was not disturbed, but was a little embarrassed that his teaching seemed not suitable for everyone. Let's talk about it when we get back. My Eagle language is average. I have to find a professional translator. Ji Xinghe continued to fight and teach. He used the Imperial spear as a stick, but it can be called spearmanship. Because different paths lead to the same destination, because the stick is also called the ancestor of all weapons, because whether it is the king of all weapons or the thief of all weapons, or the ancestor of all weapons, the king of all weapons, they are just weapons. It depends on who is using them. In the process of the two spears constantly colliding, the number 1 Imperial mech was at its wit's end. All its spear attack methods had been proven to be ineffective, so it chose close combat and rushed forward madly to get close to Ji Xinghe. Mecha close combat is prone to collisions, so the high load generated requires a high level of physical fitness for the driver. The Imperial chimps are best at taking advantage of their physical fitness. Ji Xinghe was unstoppable with a gun, so he prepared to retreat and evade and continue teaching the gunmanship, because only 8 minutes had passed and he still had 2 minutes, but the voice in the communication channel stopped him from retreating. Enemy plane spotted. Lao Ji, how long will it take? 5 minutes? No, Sichuan, get ready, 4, 3. Chapter 84 Here I come. One wave has not yet subsided when another wave rises. This is war. Ji Xinghe did not choose to retreat. When the Imperial mech number 1 wanted to get close to him, he chose to rush sideways. The 4.2-meter tall mech seemed to be dancing gorgeously, twisting its huge body to give people a sense of agility, and then raised its gun and stabbed. The flaw that had been determined long ago was magnified at this moment. The more than 6-meter-long spear retracted as soon as it touched, leaving an increasingly obvious crack on the body of the Imperial mech number 1. The force of this shot was enough to make the center of gravity of the Imperial mech number 1 in the charging state unstable, so it could not block the second shot. 2. The winner had already been decided, but Ji Xinghe decisively and ruthlessly stabbed the third shot, pointing directly at the cockpit of the Imperial mech number 1 that had been exposed to the alien atmosphere. 1. An Imperial gorilla died on the spot, and the sharp spear easily pierced its head. Beautiful. When the surrounding mecha warriors exclaimed, they had already started running and found that the location of the Imperial mecha was not where they were. The window screen inside the mecha had already displayed the precise coordinates. Old G, you shot, a complete old scumbag, Sichuan had already started running when he spoke. In the full power mode, the speed of his mecha soared to 60 km per hour in the time it took to say a word, and this speed was still increasing. Ji Xinghe had already controlled his mecha to turn around while putting away his gun. He didn't even look at the imperial mecha behind him and started running directly. His starting speed was a little slower than Sichuan's. This was the performance difference between different generations of mecha. Sichuan, your mecha needs repair. Ji Xinghe, who was behind Sichuan's mecha, stared at Sichuan's mecha for a few glances within the visibility range and then reminded him. What are you talking about? Your mecha needs repair, Sichuan retorted without turning his head. Don't think you can talk nonsense just because you are old. Don't think you are really professional just because you are a mechanic. Don't think I am afraid of you just because you are good at fighting. Remember, I am a veteran and you are a rookie. I can control you in terms of experience. Because of the distance, the shortwave communication channels of the 12 federal mechas are connected. When there is no combat situation, there is no restriction on the right to speak. So everyone else can hear the conversation between Ji Xinghe and Sichuan, and can also express their own opinions. Sichuan, you are so capable now. Who are you pretending to be a veteran in front of? There is a crack in the protective armor on your back. If you get hit again, the cockpit will be broken. Laoji is really a professional mechanic. It's right to listen to Laoji. Hurry back and repair your mecha. Laoji is not only a professional mechanic, but also a professional mecha warrior now. He has 6 gold stars, right? If we give Laoji a break, he can become a first-level mecha warrior today. So it's right to listen to Laoji? 8. Before we came to your side, Laoji single-handedly destroyed 2 imperial mechas. 3 plus 2 plus 3 is 8, and we still need 2. What the hell? What the hell? Really? What the hell? Sichuan. Laoji has more gold stars than you. Stop talking nonsense and go back to the base to repair the mecha. I really don't need to repair it. I still have combat effectiveness. Sichuan was anxious. Laoji has at least half of mine. Listen to me, I really can do it, even if it's only 7.5, it's 2.5 more than you. Don't you accept it? I surrender, but I won't go back, Sichuan said fiercely. There may be 10 imperial mechas over there, and we have 12, but only 5 of them are the fastest support. It is impossible to achieve a 2-on-1 victory. If I don't go, you might die. Bah, you're a crow's mouth. Do you fucking understand what people say? You will die if you go. Someone has to die. Why can't it be me? Sichuan pleaded. I can attack while lying down, just like just now. I laid down and hugged the legs of the imperial mecha, and an old scum like Laoji will definitely seize the opportunity to shoot it to death. Don't worry, my front protective armor is fine, it can withstand it. Attacking while lying down is actually very funny for mechas, but Sichuan's words did not cause laughter. The shortwave communication channel fell silent, with only the thudding sound made by the mechas running. Do you believe me? Sichuan, who did not get a response, asked again but still no one answered, so his voice became more and more urgent. I fucking asked you if you believe me? You fucking answer me quickly. Ji Xinghe sighed in his heart. His wild way finally brought a bad influence. The thumping sound of the mecha running produced some subtle changes. It came from Sichuan's mecha. He started to speed up again, as if he wanted to reach the battlefield before making a decision and cook the rice into fait accompli. Don't be sentimental, the temporary commander made a decision. Sichuan, I order you to return to the base immediately to repair the mecha. Ji Xinghe could disobey orders, but Sichuan could not, because he was a professional soldier. The speed of the mecha he drove began to slow down and gradually fell behind all the mechas of his peers, but he did not immediately turn back to base number 6. He stood there without saying a word, watching the 11 mechas gradually disappearing in the dust storm. He was not actually looking at these mechas, but the drivers of these mechas, but he could not see them. Come back alive. Sichuan didn't say what was in his mind. He didn't want to disturb his comrades anymore, but he still didn't turn back to base number 6. He knew he should go back to base number 6 as soon as possible to repair the mecha, and then rush back to the battlefield. But he just couldn't run. He stayed where he was and looked at the dusty sky, as if waiting for something. The command center of base number 6, with the help of intermittently restored communications and the energy fluctuation detection device that was about to be repaired, that is, the detection I control, was able to summarize and analyze a lot of intelligence. The number of imperial mechas in Area 354 is estimated to be 10, plus the 18 imperial mechas that we have destroyed. It can be determined that a complete imperial mecha formation is dispatched this time, with a total of 30, so there must be 2 other imperial mechas whose locations we cannot determine for the time being. We currently have 18 combat mechas, divided into 3 combat units. Combat Unit Number 1 has 11 mechas, which have been assembled. Combat Unit Number 2 has 5 mechas, which have been assembled. Combat Unit Number 3 has 2 mechas. I think Combat Unit Number 3 cannot participate in the battle, and must guard against the 2 Imperial mechas whose whereabouts are uncertain. While the people in the command center were worried about the intelligence, they were also glad that Ji Xinghe's performance exceeded their expectations. If it weren't for Ji Xinghe's unstoppable momentum, the number of combat mechas currently available at base number 6 would definitely be less than 18. When Ji Xinghe participated in the battle for the second time today, there were still 21 combat mechas deployed on the periphery of base number 6 for detection. The battle of 12-6 was a complete victory. No one died in the battle. The only mecha that was damaged and needed repair was Sichuan's. But the Imperial mechas are not idiots. They will not wait to be surrounded and intercepted, and fight with more people against fewer. When Ji Xinghe and his team won, 2 Federal mechas were destroyed in another battlefield due to a sudden encounter, and no damage was caused to the Imperial mechas. We still have Combat Unit Number 4, and the 3 mechas that have just been repaired can be put into use. It's too late. They won't give us time to continue to assemble, so it's 11-10 if we can hold on for about 7 minutes. The 5 mechas of Combat Unit Number 2 will be able to provide support. 11-10, whether it was Ji Xinghe or the commander of Combat Unit Number 1 where he was at the time, they believed that the 2 sides were evenly matched in the case of 12-6, and only when it was 12-3 would the advantage be in my hands. Most of the reasons are due to the emphasis on the enemy's tactics, but it also shows that in the battle between individual mechas, the Federation's mecha warriors are already at a disadvantage, not to mention the mecha warriors of base number 6. Before the Death Storm, only 9 of the mecha warriors supporting base number 6 were level 1 mecha warriors, and the rest were level 2 or 3 mecha warriors. The real elites are all in the real war zone and the blockade line. The mecha warriors of base number 6 are not old and weak soldiers, but they are not much different. What is the integrity of Sichuan's mecha? The combined self-inspection and system inspection of his mecha is 87%, but the damaged part is the back protective armor. Can he still fight? Unsure. After a brief silence in the command center, Lieutenant Colonel Chen soon waited for the temporary restoration of communication and connected the communication with Sichuan. Sergeant Sichuan, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Chen Soon, sir. I'm here. Can you still fight? Yes, sir, I can, I dare, and I'm willing. Then go fight. Yes, Sichuan's roar echoed in the command center, and the sound of dong 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 rang out. It was Sichuan, who had been waiting for a long time, controlling his mecha to start running again, at a very fast speed, as if he was fighting for fame and fortune, but there was no fame and fortune ahead, only his comrades, only his battle. I am Sergeant Sichuan, a second-level mecha warrior of the Federation, and I'm here. P.S. It's March. Please give me the guaranteed monthly ticket and recommendation ticket. And the data should be better so that it can be put on the shelves earlier, brothers. I'm not panicking at all that 230,000 words haven't been put on the shelves yet. I just want to update more after it's put on the shelves. Chapter 85. Sorry. They seem to be gathering and retreating. We are not sure what intelligence they have, so we must take the initiative to launch an attack to catch them. We don't have time to wait for the number 2 combat unit to complete the assembly with us. We will not be able to catch up with them in about 7 minutes. 11-10. We have no advantages but only disadvantages. But all we need to do is to delay them and buy time for the arrival of the number 2 combat unit. 16-10. We can wipe them out completely. Start numbering now. I am number 1. Andre is number 2. Ji Xinghe is number 11. Based on the information from the detection eye and the intelligence information sent back by the 2 brothers who have sacrificed, the base has completed the numbering of the 10 Imperial mechas. From 1 to 10 the relevant data has been transmitted to your mechas. I am number 1, and I am responsible for number 1 Imperial mecha. And so on. After arriving at the battlefield, pay attention to your window prompts to determine your respective targets. We have to divide the battlefield. If the Imperial mechas fight in clusters, we can't withstand their charge. Lao Ji, you I believe in you, we all believe in you, so you are responsible for roaming support. Do you understand? Understood, okay, but I still want to remind you that fighting is the main thing. Don't exchange injuries or lives for lives unless it is necessary. The commander said the same thing as Major Jackson. It was not surprising to other Mecha warriors, because compared to the Empire where everyone can be a Mecha warrior, the Federation lacks not only mechas but also Mecha warriors. The total population of the Federation is over 7 billion, but only 300,000 people can become Mecha warriors. Which one is not a chosen one in a million? For the experienced Mecha warriors, the first-level Mecha warrior commander with the rank of second lieutenant did not elaborate too much, but for Ji Xinghe, he had to say a few words. Lao Ji, don't blame me for being long-winded. I emotionally agree with the shot you fired to save Sichuanian in the battle just now. Judging from the local battle situation, your choice is also correct. Sichuanian is too impulsive, too headstrong, and doesn't trust you enough. But the subsequent battle situation will be more complicated. If you only think about saving people, you will most likely miss the opportunity for us to sacrifice ourselves to fight for you when necessary. I need to remind you that we are very close to the base, and they are far away from their logistical supplies. So our mechas can be repaired if they are broken, but theirs cannot. Not only mechas, but also Mecha warriors. There are many Mecha warriors in the base who can fight in armor, but they can't have unarmored guerrillas to support them. So, we can sacrifice when necessary. Of course, we don't need to sacrifice in this battle, and I don't want any sacrifices. The first 7 minutes of fighting after the encounter will still be mainly entanglement. If you can find an opportunity to destroy the Empire's mecha, you must seize the opportunity on the premise of ensuring that you are not injured and not sacrificed. If there is no such opportunity, then don't draw your gun. Do you understand the roaming tactics? Without drawing your gun, you can help us a lot by just running back and forth on the battlefield, because in a 2-on-1 situation, we are almost certain to win. With the performance of your mecha, you can appear behind any Imperial mecha within 30 seconds. And once you draw your gun, this time will be increased, and the Imperial mecha will ignore the threats you bring. Ji Xinghe seemed particularly patient in his chattering, because he knew that he did not have rich experience in real battles. He agreed with the commander's words, although the reason he chose to stand up was the same as what Ji Xinghe said. He did not want these Mecha warriors like his son to sacrifice. It was really not an insult. Old Ji, the commander hesitated for a moment and said, in a word, we believe in you, and you have to believe in us too, okay? After Ji Xinghe responded, the commander's deep breathing sounded in the communication channel, and then he whispered, close the communication channel for 1 minute and record the last words. The communication channel fell silent. It was not known whether everyone's emotions suddenly became heavy, or whether they had already started to record the last words. However, closing the communication channel at this time would not have any impact. What should be said had been said. The communication with the base was once again disturbed by the dust storm. They felt isolated and helpless while running at full speed. However, this isolation did not make them feel scared, but made them excited and passionate. The last words have been recorded, so what are you afraid of? Ji Xinghe did not record his last words because he could not die at this time, so he firmly believed that he would not die. Enemy aircraft spotted, prepare for battle. Unit 4, Unit 7, drop shockwave bombs. A tail flame suddenly shot out from the shoulders of the two Federal Standard mechas. The shockwave bomb specially made by the Federation for the alien dust storm flew through the dust and exploded silently 100 meters away. The spherical wave vibrations visible to the naked eye spread and swept across. The area of nearly 200 meters was instantly cleared. 10 scattered Imperial mechas appeared clearly in the windows of Ji Xinghe and others. The auxiliary intelligence system of the Federal mechas completed the number confirmation at the first time. The 10 Federal mechas each completed a very small turning maneuver and rushed to their respective combat targets. The 10 Imperial mechas that seemed to be retreating before also charged the Federal mechas without hesitation. They did not cooperate with the combat target selection of the Federal mechas, and it was impossible for them to cooperate. Avoid pulling, split them. The charge formation of the 10 Federal mechas began to change again. They were very experienced in facing such battles, and Ji Xinghe suddenly understood one thing at this moment: he was numbered number 11, not entirely because he showed a strong ability to break, but also because he lacked experience in mecha formation drills and could not cooperate with these well-trained elite mecha warriors. The area of more than 200 meters in radius is very short for the speed of mechas. Both sides were in a charged state but did not have a head-on collision. It was difficult to make flexible maneuvers and turns when moving at high speed. After the first round of staggered passing, the purpose of splitting the battlefield had been achieved halfway. "Come on. Steady," the commander's voice sounded in the communication channel. And the mechas of both sides began to turn and charge again, but unlike before, the Imperial mechas also completed the battlefield division. The number 11 Federal mecha responsible for roaming support failed to keep up with other Federal mechas due to lack of relevant experience. It and its driver became the biggest loophole in this local encounter. "Old G, don't worry about me. Execute the original combat plan. Unit 5, Unit 8, Unit 9 will support me." Ji Xinghe didn't catch up, so he didn't plan to catch up. As a wild man, he was not surprised by the situation. He was prepared and interrupted the commander at the first time. "This is not disobedience. You said not to waste opportunities." When Ji Xinghe added this sentence, he turned and rushed to the edge of the dust-free area, and behind him were 3 Imperial mechas, which were the corresponding Imperial mechas number 5, number 8, and number 9. The battlefield situation changed again, and it was a change that was extremely favorable to the Federation. It was originally 10-10, and Ji Xinghe's number 11 mecha was responsible for support. Now it is 7-7, with 3 Federal mechas to support, and the chance of winning has increased a lot instantly. But there is a big premise, that is, Ji Xinghe can hold on in the pursuit of the 3 Imperial mechas. If Ji Xinghe can't hold on, not only will he die, but others will also die. "Lao Ji, hold on, there is no prudence on the battlefield. The opportunity is fleeting and cannot be missed." The commander who shouted out agreed to the battle plan that was suddenly changed because of Ji Xinghe. The 7 Federal mechas seized the opportunity created by Ji Xinghe and successfully entangled their respective combat targets. In this local encounter, the 3 Federal mechas numbered 5, 8, and 9 began to choose their comrades to support with great experience. One supported 2 to join forces to support the battle. It took only 10 seconds to destroy an Imperial mecha. This is the most efficient way of fighting. In terms of the size of the mecha, 3 against 1 is already the limit. 4 against 1 is prone to coordination errors, resulting in confusion. Another Federal mecha was released, but the advantage of the Federation did not expand because one Federal mecha could not hold on. Zhang Jin, a second-level Federal mecha warrior, is 24 years old, with a rank of sergeant, and has 3 gold stars on his mecha. In fact, it should be 3.5 gold stars, because in the battle 30 minutes ago, he teamed up with another Federal mecha warrior to destroy an Imperial mecha. At that time, his mecha was damaged but the damage was only 5%, so he did not go back to repair the mecha, and it was precisely this 5% damage. "I'm sorry," Zhang Jin's weak voice sounded in the communication channel. His mecha cockpit had been broken, but he did not give up. He forced the mecha to hug the Imperial mecha he was facing. But the Imperial mecha's lance had cut off his thigh when it penetrated his mecha cockpit, and he couldn't step on the control pedal under his feet. "I really tried my best." The center of gravity of the mecha shifted and fell to the ground. The 2 metal arms stretched out but in vain. Zhang Jin looked at the Imperial mecha he was supposed to entangle and started charging. The target was his comrades. He wanted to try to get up and continue fighting, but he couldn't even control his own eyelids. His vision turned black, as if someone turned off the lights. He wondered if he could wait a little longer. He wanted to say sorry again. "Lao Ji, I'm sorry, I didn't make you believe me." Chapter 86, Mountain Comes. Ji Xinghe didn't know that Zhang Jin wanted to say sorry to him, but he wanted to say sorry to Zhang Jin. "I'm sorry, I did more but still couldn't protect you." Ji Xinghe, who led away 3 Imperial mechas alone, made contributions in this battle that far exceeded the combat mission objectives assigned to him by the commander. But the Imperial mecha is not a soft persimmon. Ji Xinghe can break the Imperial mecha alone, and the Imperial mecha can naturally break the Federal mecha alone. If the fight is really that easy, why did the commander ask the mecha warriors to record their last words before the war? They had recorded their last words before, and everyone had recorded them. This was not an ominous omen, but they showed their attitude of not hesitating to die. When they recorded their last words before a new battle, it meant that they were ready to die. But they shouldn't die, because they are still very young, like my son, younger than my son. Ji Xinghe thought so in his heart. His eyes had turned red, not wanting to cry but like he had pink eye. This was the first time he witnessed the sacrifice of his own people. Before, he had only seen it on the screen and in the news. Most of the time, he only saw some names, a line of numbers, and a series of broken mechas. You all deserve to die. Ji Xinghe roared in his heart, but he was powerless. He could not find any chance to kill them when he was chased by 3 imperial mechas. He even felt that he was in danger because there was no time difference. This time he was truly 1 against 3, instead of multiple duels with the help of comrades or time difference. The 3 imperial mechas cooperated very well. The attack distance and attack direction did not have any negative impact on each other. There was only a seamless connection, so that Ji Xinghe could only choose to avoid and block. He could turn defense into offense, but the price after firing the gun was that his own mecha was destroyed. Are you afraid of death? Ji Xinghe is afraid of death. He is very afraid of death, but more importantly, he cannot die. If he dies, the combat power of the 3 imperial mechas will be released, and then imposed on those young mecha warriors. If he dies, Ji Rongs and I will cry and will not want to eat. Why am I so weak? Ji Xinghe asked himself in his heart. He, who is called a peerless master by everyone, feels very weak. However, in fact, at this moment, his battle has shown the powerful strength comparable to that of a superclass mecha warrior in the eyes of other mecha warriors. 3 imperial standard mechas with an average height of 4.8 meters, 2 of which are armed with bayonets and 1 with a long knife with high-frequency oscillation characteristics, are chasing and intercepting Ji Xinghe while attacking frantically. Their maneuvers are all high-load, which is enough to show that they are doing their best. But the 16th generation standard mecha of the Federation, under the control of Ji Xinghe, is like a fish swimming in the gap between the attacks of the 3 imperial mechas to survive. Putting yourself in their shoes, none of the federal mecha warriors present can confidently do this and do it for such a long time. The reference factor is the first imperial mecha that was surrounded and beaten. It only lasted 10 seconds in the siege of 3 federal mechas before it was broken and died, while Ji Xinghe has now persisted for 30 seconds without any injury. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of these 3 imperial mechas is stronger than that of the 3 federal mechas. 40 seconds, 50 seconds, 1 minute. Ji Xinghe is still persisting, so the battle between the federal mechas and the imperial mechas has formed an advantage because of the difference in numbers between the 2 sides, and there is a trend of snowballing. It's just snowballing, and it doesn't have the ability to crush for the time being. These mecha warriors in base number 6 are not the main mecha warriors in the true sense, and the imperial mechas they are facing at this moment are the main imperial mecha formations that dare to rush hundreds of miles in the dust storm and take the initiative to attack in the area without any support. The 3 freestanding federal mechas were separated because of Zhang Jin's sacrifice, and they really carried out the combat mission that originally belonged to Ji Xinghe to support those comrades who were about to collapse. The other 2 joined forces and rushed left and right on the battlefield, looking for opportunities to defeat the enemy. But the time they defeated the Imperial Mecha was also the time for the Imperial Mecha to defeat the Federal Mecha. Some things are easy to say, and you can sacrifice as long as you win, but it is difficult to do them, because the choice between life and death is cruel to anyone. It is cruel to decide your own life and death, and it is even more cruel to decide the life and death of your comrades. Some opportunities were abandoned, and some opportunities were seized. The 9 federal mechas defeated the Imperial Mecha again without any damage, and they defeated 2 in a row. One was defeated by more people against fewer, and the other was defeated by a single soldier. It was the commander of the federal mecha in this encounter, a first-level mecha warrior with 12 gold stars. He was originally the strongest in this team, but he needed 2 minutes, and his comrades needed to suppress the Imperial Mecha to achieve a single soldier defeat. 9-4, just when they were about to crush, the situation changed again. The 3 Imperial mechas chasing Ji Xinghe could not take him down for a long time, and the battle on the other side was at a great disadvantage. Naturally, they made corresponding changes, leaving one mecha to entangle Ji Xinghe, and the other 2 Imperial mechas rushed towards the Federal mechas without looking back. 9-6, the Federal mechas still have the advantage, but the problem is that the situation has changed more than that. At the edge of the area cleared by the shockwave bomb, there was only some alien dust pouring in due to the dust storm, causing the visibility of the cleared area to begin to decrease. At this time, 2 Imperial mechas suddenly rushed out, and the Imperial reinforcements arrived first. 9-8? This is not a math problem, but a matter of life and death. 2 Imperial mechas suddenly joined the battlefield in an assault formation. When the federal mechas had no time to respond, they only used one charge to break a federal mecha. It was Tom Hess, a man from Eagle Island who claimed to be Ji Xinghe's apprentice. He couldn't say anything because 2 bayonets took his life in an instant. Zhang Jin, Tom Hess. These two names flashed through Ji Xinghe's mind. He was powerless to stop the two imperial mechas that abandoned him, but he finally had a chance, a one-on-one duel. His son Ji Xinghe once said to many people, "In the entire Federation, no one can defeat my father in a one-on-one duel, because my father is an ordinary repairman on the surface, but in fact he is a peerless master who is hidden in the city." Among these people are the Federal Special Mecha Warriors Major Han Li and Major Jackson, other Special Mecha Warriors, instructors in the army, and Li Yuanba. Ji Xinghe has seen these people, so he can say this to them. Ji Xinghe was full of confidence when he said this, and he was not blind, because he not only saw these people, but also personally witnessed and verified their strength. It's not just these people, there are also imperial guerrillas, but Ji Xinghe didn't say this to the imperial guerrillas. He was fighting among the sea of stars, he had seen the stars of mankind, but he still firmly believed that his father Ji Xinghe was the mountain with the highest personal force in the Federation. He died in battle on an alien star, so the mountain came. The 16th generation standard mecha of the Federation, controlled by Ji Xinghe, dodged like a swimming fish and defended like a mountain when facing the siege of 3 imperial mechas. When the opportunity finally came, he rushed out with his gun. Still as a mountain, moving like thunder. He said this to the Federation Mecha Warriors, and he did this to the Imperial Mechas. The remaining Imperial Mechas also held bayonets, but were easily swept away by Ji Xinghe's bayonet, so the door was wide open. With a clang, the bayonet hit the front protective armor of the Imperial Mecha. Because of the distance and speed, it did not break, but this was only the first shot. Ling, ling, ling. 4 consecutive shots, all hit the same position with incomparable accuracy. During this time, the Imperial Mecha tried to block and dodge with its gun, but to no avail, so its front protective armor was broken by the bayonet. The moment the gun pierced into the cockpit, Ji Xinghe had already put away his gun and moved sideways. The huge Federal Mecha nimbly circumvented the Imperial Mecha it was facing and began to charge. The mountain was coming. Chapter 87 10 stars. The 2 Imperial Mechas that were charging suddenly stopped. Their original opponent was Ji Xinghe. Because they could not attack for a long time, they chose to give up temporarily. But they did not expect that within 5 seconds after they gave up Ji Xinghe, the Imperial Mechas that stayed to contain Ji Xinghe had been broken. There are eyes behind the head. The structure of the Imperial Mecha and the Federal Mecha in this respect is almost the same, so they saw the Federal Mecha that charged at their backs after passing the Imperial Mecha. There are only 3 gold stars. Why is it so strong? If this question is asked to Suchuanayan will answer, because Lao Ji has no time to spray more gold stars on his mecha. In fact, he now has 9 gold stars, and only 1 is needed to become a first-level Federal Mecha Warrior. If this question is asked to Lieutenant Shen Mu will answer, some people can get 9 gold stars because they can only get 9 gold stars. Lao Ji can get 9 gold stars because he only encountered 9 Imperial Mechas. However, the answer is not important. What is important is that when Ji Xinghe started to charge, the 2 Imperial Mechas that abandoned him had to stop charging. They did not dare to let Ji Xinghe appear behind them. At this time, the total number of mechas in the field was 17, 9 Federal Mechas and 8 Imperial Mechas. According to the idea of the commander of the Imperial Mecha, the number of both sides should be equal, 9 to 9. Ji Xinghe, a master, will be held back by an Imperial Mecha, and then they will win by forcibly annihilating 8 Federal Mechas based on their own combat power being stronger than the Federal Mecha Warriors. But the Imperial Mecha that stayed behind did not hold back Ji Xinghe. After it was broken, the number of both sides was no longer equal. Ji Xinghe, who had proved himself to be very powerful, became the key player who could determine the outcome of this local encounter. The Federal Mechas knew that their support was coming soon, and the Imperial Mechas also knew that the support of the Federal Mechas was coming soon, and there was not much time left for them. It is not known whether it was the commander of the Imperial Mech who issued the order. The 2 Imperial Mechas that abandoned Ji Xinghe suddenly turned back. They once again faced Ji Xinghe and began to charge. They were Imperial Mechas numbered 8 and 9. Old Ji, I can handle it. Ji Xinghe was filled with anger. There was anger at watching his comrades sacrificed, and there was anger at hating his own incompetence for not being strong enough, but his answer was very calm and full of confidence. The federal mechas were unable to support Ji Xinghe. They knew very well that the current battle situation was very favorable to them. The chances of winning the battle of 9-8 were actually not small, because they had Ji Xinghe and a first-level mech warrior, but the problem was that ordinary mech warriors could hardly hold up the crazy attack of the imperial mechas. Even with Ji Xinghe's roaming support, they would inevitably be sacrificed again. When Ji Xinghe once again held back the two imperial mechas, the 8-6 would be able to have two more federal mechas to roam and support. Their combat effectiveness was indeed not as strong as Ji Xinghe, but the advantage in numbers could ensure that there would be no more sacrifices in this victory. The battle was divided into two areas again. The key to winning or losing still lies with Ji Xinghe. It seems that there is no difference from before, but for Ji Xinghe, the difference is very big, because this time he is not fighting 1 against 3, but 1 against 2. The 16th generation standard mecha of the Federation in the charging state is faster and more powerful than the two imperial mechas that turn in charge because of the longer charging time and distance. There is also a clear gap in the strength of the two imperial mechas. The number 8 imperial mecha holding a bayonet is equivalent to the 3rd and 2nd level mecha warriors of the Federation, while the number 9 imperial mecha holding a high-frequency oscillation characteristic must be driven by an imperial noble, and the strength is at least equivalent to the first-level mecha warrior of the Federation, or even equivalent to a special mecha warrior. There is a gap in strength, so the maneuver of stopping the charge and then turning around and charging again will produce a clear time and speed difference. The two of them are dislocated, and this dislocation is the time difference for Ji Xinghe. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. This is a truth that everyone knows, but why can someone fight 10 with 1? There are many reasons, but now Ji Xinghe will only answer, because of the time difference. Ji Xinghe saw the time difference that gave him the opportunity to fight alone, and manipulated the mecha to charge with all his strength. The lance in his hand was set up in advance, which looked like a duel between knights in the ancient West, but Ji Xinghe was riding a mecha instead of a horse. The number 9 Empire mecha was no stranger to this kind of charge. The imperial noble who completed the maneuver first did not choose to slow down and avoid. It captured the movement of Ji Xinghe's gun and raised the knife to chop without showing weakness. It only needs one knife to cut off the tip of the lance. After losing the tip, the lance almost lost its killing ability for the all-metal mecha. However, the mecha sword in a high-frequency oscillation state failed to hide it, because Ji Xinghe was not an ancient Western knight, he was a modern Longzhou man. Straight stab? Of course not, all the children in Longzhou know that the gun picks a line. The 6.2-meter-long lance changed from a straight stab to an upward thrust at the moment when the mecha's sword swung out. The potential energy of the mecha's charge and the power of the double-arm engine made the lance tip turn into an afterimage at this moment. Although it was fleeting, if you study this battle video afterwards, you can find that the trajectory of the lance tip is a straight line. The lance tip accurately hit the hands of the number 9 Empire mecha holding the sword, so that the mecha's sword failed to complete the swing and began to rise instead. It wanted to force the sword down, but it couldn't withstand the continuous upward thrust of the lance, so its arms and its sword were raised at the same time. Ji Xinghe's lance was also raised high. He didn't have time to put away the lance after picking up the sword, and because both sides were in a charging state, he crashed into the number 9 Empire mecha, but before the collision occurred, he had already raised his arms and the lance in his hand. With a loud bang, the two mechas collided face to face. And some dents appeared in the protective armor of both sides. An impact force prompt appeared in Ji Xinghe's visual window. 3.5 tons, which is equivalent to the impact force generated when a car at a speed of 48 km per hour hits a stationary object. For the mecha driver, the impact force is not borne by the driver sitting in the car, but by the stationary object hit by the car. To describe it more intuitively, it is equivalent to the impact force borne by a person jumping from a height of 9 meters and landing on the concrete floor. Being in a mecha, only protective clothing can provide protection, and it is not possible to unload force by rolling. Most people cannot withstand such a strong impact, so most people cannot become mecha warriors. Ji Xinghe has demonstrated extremely powerful combat effectiveness, but still not many people think that this is the reason why he can become a super mecha warrior. He is too old. Can he really withstand the collisions that mecha warriors must often withstand? The answer is yes. At the moment of the collision, both mechas felt a little off balance, But Ji Xinghe did not lose his ability to control his own mecha. He pulled his feet and turned his body. His mecha felt a little drunk, but he finally completed the avoidance at the critical moment. The spear of the number 8 Empire mecha had already attacked, but it stabbed into the air. The distance between the three mechas was very close. Ji Xinghe, who was unable to raise his gun, pulled his feet again and kicked his legs. He kicked the knee joint of the number 8 Empire mecha. The number 8 Empire mecha in the charging state was slowing down. After this kick, it was unable to control the center of gravity of its own mecha. It hit the number 9 Empire mecha at an angle. The driver of the number 9 Empire mecha, who had just controlled his balance, shouted angrily in the cockpit, but it was already impossible to stop it. The two Empire mechas collided with each other. With the help of the time difference, Ji Xinghe had two opportunities for single duel. He successfully seized these two opportunities to make the two Empire mechas temporarily lose their balance, and then stabbed the spear directly at the weak point of the protective armor on the side of the number 8 Empire mecha. One shot later, 10 stars. Chapter 88 Seize the sword and win. Warning, the mecha is 89% intact. Warning. 15% energy remaining. Two prompts appeared on Ji Xinghe's window. Not to mention the intactness, the Federation's 16th generation standard mecha, which can last for thousands of kilometers, only left base number 6 for most of the day this time, and the whole journey was no more than 50 kilometers, but there was already an alarm of insufficient energy, which was enough to show the intensity of the battle it had experienced. The full power mode almost all the time allows Ji Xinghe's mecha to be flexible and maneuverable at critical moments, and can also double the speed of his mecha's energy consumption. Time is running out. Ji Xinghe, who has the next mecha, did not turn off the full power mode to save energy. He had to deal with the number 9 Empire mecha holding a battle knife as soon as possible, and then help other mecha warriors. Victory has become a necessity. The second combat unit of base number May 6 appear on the battlefield at any time, but before they appear, no mecha warriors should be killed in battle. Not one can be lost. Ji Xinghe said this to himself in his heart, then he put away his gun and stabbed again. The number 8 Empire mech, whose driver had already died, now became the shield of the number 9 Empire mech, blocking its vital parts, but also blocking the possibility of the number 9 Empire mech blocking and counterattacking. He fired calmly, and the camera located on the front of the head of the number 9 Empire mech was instantly broken, but behind the camera, which is the weakness of all mechas, there must be a very strong defensive armor, so Ji Xinghe's lance could not break into it, and he chose to retract it as soon as it touched it. The number 9 Empire mech, which had one camera destroyed, did not lose all its sight. Under normal circumstances, the perspective of the mecha is composed of 5 cameras, 2 on the front, 2 on the side, and 1 at the back. Certain models of mecha also have spare cameras for replacement, but this Empire mech does not have spare cameras, and the perspective composed of only 4 cameras will inevitably affect its operation. The 2.8-meter-long mecha sword slashed past the body of the number 8 Empire mecha. Ji Xinghe dodged his spear in time to avoid being cut in half, and then turned sideways to shoot again, aiming at the camera of this mecha. The sword that had been swung down was recovered, but there was no time to block it, and the second camera was broken. This was the one behind the mecha. When this camera was broken, it meant that the Empire mecha lost the view behind it, so Ji Xinghe made a turning maneuver at the first time. The metal feet of the mecha landed in dust, and the already bumpy ground had hideous cracks. When the third camera was broken, the number 8 Empire mecha, which had just been broken into the cockpit by Ji Xinghe's spear and killed the driver, fell to the ground with a bang under the impact of the number 9 Empire mecha. The high-frequency oscillation characteristic of the sword once again cut through the thin air of the alien planet. The blade shattered all the dust that touched it, and slashed at the spear in Ji Xinghe's hand with great force. However, it had lost 3 cameras, and it was really difficult to integrate a complete perspective, let alone capture Ji Xinghe's true position and movement. This is the limitation of driving a mecha. Neither human eyes nor ape eyes can directly see the scene outside the mecha. The pictures displayed on the cockpit window are all taken by the camera and then integrated. When the relevant perspective is missing, the integrated picture will naturally have deviations, and the visual range will also be reduced a lot. In order to ensure its own sight, the number 9 Empire mecha kept making in situ turning maneuvers, but it could only see one side of the Federal mecha in front of it, because Ji Xinghe was also making high-speed maneuvers, which kept himself in the blind spot of the number 9 Empire mecha. The number 9 Empire Mecha finally panicked, and the sword in its hand began to slash shamelessly, and Ji Xinghe finally found an opportunity. If war correspondent Suhe were to describe this shot, he would say, a little cold light came first, and then the gun came out like a dragon. If Mechanic Shen Mu, second lieutenant, were to describe this shot, he would say, awesome. In fact, it was a very ordinary shot, but the lance pushed out by the potential energy of the mecha in a high-speed maneuvering state had an indestructible momentum. Ji Xinghe chose to attack the armpit of the Empire mecha, which is a weakness that almost all mechas have. For the flexibility of the mechanical arm, some defensive capabilities had to be abandoned. The direction of the attack was the left side, because the camera of the number 9 Empire mecha on this side had been destroyed, so it could not see the shot at all. So how could it be prepared? The vibration was transmitted to the arms of the mecha along the lance, and then turned into vibration transmitted to Ji Xinghe's body. The recoil force was directly ignored by Ji Xinghe. After the shot was inserted, he immediately let go and manipulated the mecha to get closer. 2 fists as big as casseroles slammed on the hands of the number 9 Empire mecha that had just fallen back. To be more precise, it was the wrist joint of the mecha. Ji Xinghe, who knew the structure of the mecha well, knew very well what the effect of this smash would be. When the driver was already dead, the metal hands of the mecha that lost control only clenched the weapon based on the previous instructions, and when the wrist joint was bombarded, it would loosen. The expensive mecha sword that only special mecha warriors in the Federation could be equipped with suddenly appeared in the hands of the mecha driven by Ji Xinghe. Killing the ape and taking the sword, what he took was not the sword of the 16th generation standard mecha of the Federation, but the sword of Xinghe, the sword of Ji Xinghe. Turning around and charging, Ji Xinghe ran to another battlefield. Behind him was an imperial mecha with a bayonet inserted on the left side of the fuselage. The tip of the bayonet had broken into the cockpit, but the driver of this mecha did not die immediately. Its body was broken from the left shoulder, and almost half of its upper body turned into meat paste, but its heart was on the right, so it could lie for another 10 seconds because of the ape's strong physical fitness. In the first 2 seconds, it stared at the cockpit window, and with the last eye on the front of the mecha head, it clearly saw that the federal humans who killed it took away its weapons, which it had bought at a high price when it rushed to the battlefield. From the 3rd second to the 8th second, it could only watch the federal mecha that took away its weapons getting farther and farther away, and its vision became more and more blurred. But it still did not die. Before its vision completely turned into endless darkness, it saw the federal mecha passing over the side of an imperial mecha in a charging posture, and the sword that originally belonged to it passed through the neck of the imperial mecha. The metal held soared into the sky, but there was no picture of blood splashing. It closed its eyes with some regret. Fuck, Sichuanian, who finally caught up, saw a scene that shocked him during the charge. A federal mecha holding a long sword that was charging easily chopped off the head of an imperial mecha. Lao Ji, Sichuanian recognized the owner of the mecha at the second sight, so he was even more shocked, and even delayed his own momentum of charging. However, the impact was not great. In the previous battle, in addition to Ji Xinghe destroying 3 imperial mechas, other federal mecha warriors also successfully destroyed 2 imperial mechas in a situation of outnumbering, and no one was sacrificed. Only 1 mecha was damaged and temporarily lost its combat capability. Including Sichuanian who had just joined the battlefield, there were still 9 federal mechas with combat power, while there were only 3 imperial mechas left. The sound of footsteps came, and 5 more federal mechas rushed into the battlefield in the dust storm. They were the second combat unit of base number 6, and the victory was already determined. Fuck, are you so fierce? Did you say 11 to 10? How did you become 9 to 3? The shortwave communication channel suddenly became lively. The mecha warriors who came to reinforce looked at the 3 imperial mechas that were fighting a desperate battle, and kept exclaiming while observing the number of mechas in the entire combat area. It was Lao Ji. The federal mecha warriors who finally relaxed finally understood why they were able to win this encounter with only 2 people sacrificed. 4. In this mecha battle that was originally 11 to 10, Ji Xinghe destroyed 3 imperial mechas alone, and cooperated with his comrades to destroy 1 imperial mecha. Before the battle really started, 3 imperial mechas were led away, giving them the opportunity to fight with more people. If there was no Ji Xinghe, how many people would they have to sacrifice? They also found Sichuanian who suddenly rushed out of the dust storm. Without new orders, Sichuanian could not go against the previous orders and return to the battlefield. Therefore, the base also knew that even if they won, it would be a miserable victory, so they chose to let Sichuan, whose metro was already damaged, come to support. Lao Ji, how many gold stars do you have? I'll give this to you. Remember to teach me a few more moves. Andre suddenly manipulated his mecha to retreat and let go of the imperial mecha that was fighting with him. There was no need to worry about the other party escaping, because other federal mechas had already surrounded the battle area. Noticing this, the other two fighting federal mechas also began to retreat at the same time. Compared with Andre, who was fighting alone, the battles in these two places were 2-1, but they were still able to give up 2 imperial mechas at the same time. It's the same as who can't afford it. We will also give Lao Ji a gold star. Lao Ji, please don't be partial. That's right, you have to teach me. Right, master, that's 12, a first-level mecha warrior. Master is a master. Faster than my apprentice. With these 3, that's 15. Master, come quickly. The 3 imperial mechas wanted to take the opportunity to reunite, but were blocked by the federal mecha warriors surrounding them. They wanted to attack, and the federal mecha warriors chose to avoid them. All this was for Ji Xinghe. These mecha warriors who survived because of Ji Xinghe chose to repay in this way. Ji Xinghe did not move. He stopped charging after defeating the 4th imperial mecha, not only because he saw the situation clearly, but also because, you guys kill them, be careful, my mecha has no energy. Thanks to book friend 201804011833379969, 1500 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to Neurotic How, 100 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to I heard that nicknames can have a total of 12 characters, 100 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to Above the Smoke and Dust, 100 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to Shallow Fireflies Entering Summer and Falling Trees, 100 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to Oriental Generator, 900 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to book friend 2021011714035890, 100 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to Jersky, 500 starting coins. For the reward, thanks to the beginning of the story, 1500 Kidian coins. For the reward, thanks to book friend 160,103,232,524,087, 1700 Kidian coins. For the reward, thanks to Shuang Qing, 500 Kidian coins. For the reward, thanks to The Sun Has Fish, 1500 Kidian coins. For the reward, thanks to Brothers Yuan, 400 Kidian coins. For the reward, thanks to Du Deng Huan Du Xia, 100 Kidian coins. For the reward, thanks to Zhu Ziwu Ziaxu, 100 Kidian coins. For the reward, thanks to Xingxian's Hideo Zhuangzi Everything's Iron, 500 Kidian coins. For the reward, thanks to Saizi 4444, 500 Kidian coins. For the reward, thanks to Maya Omea Orin and Maya Omea Ohouse, 2 Kidian coins. For the reward. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89. Don't listen to the blind man's nonsense. Ding, ding, ding. Electronic prompts sounded under the flashing lights, and the metal gate slowly opened. A Federation's 16th generation standard mecha slowly walked out of it. It can be seen that it has just experienced a fierce battle, because there are many dents on its body, and some parts are even damaged. It should have walked directly to the mecha maintenance area, but it stopped when it crossed the metal gate and reached the internal hangar area, because it really couldn't move, and its last strength was used to turn around. With a click, the back armor automatically separated, and the cockpit appeared in the sight of everyone who had been waiting for a long time. Grandpa, Ji Xinghe trotted towards Ji Xinghe, who jumped out of the cockpit, with open arms waiting for a hug. She thought her grandfather should pick her up, but in the process of running closer, she found that her grandfather squatted down. It doesn't matter, it's still a hug. Xinghe, Ji Xinghe, who was holding Ji Xinghe, was still wearing a protective helmet. He patted Ji Xinghe on the back and whispered, "Grandpa has to go to make a report first. Xinghe, can you wait for Grandpa for a while?" "Okay." When Ji Xinghe agreed, she felt that Ji Xinghe's arms around her loosened, So she also loosened her arms and took 2 steps back, staring at Ji Xinghe's body carefully with her eyes wide open, as if to make sure whether Ji Xinghe was injured. "Don't worry, Xinghe, Grandpa is fine." "Then Xinghe will go wait for Grandpa." Ji Rongzhenyu faced Ji Xinghe reluctantly and backed away, but she ran towards Ji Xinghe again after a few steps, reached out and took out 2 handfuls of chocolates from her pocket, a total of 10 chocolates, which were bought for her by Ji Xinghe when he first met her. She hadn't been willing to eat any of them for several months. "Grandpa, eat first. You must be very hungry. Eat first and then report." Ji Xinghe rubbed Ji Rongzhenyu's head. "Grandpa is not hungry. Grandpa has nutritional supplements to drink when driving the mecha." "Okay, Xinghe will wait for Grandpa." Ji Rongzhenyu retreated again and left. Suhi, Shen Mu, Instructor Li and others who had already seen that something was wrong finally stepped forward to block Ji Rongzhenyu's sight. A female soldier was instructed to leave the hangar holding Ji Rongzhenyu's hand. Until this time, Ji Xinghe still did not get up. "Old Ji, are you okay? Where's the doctor? Didn't you say it's okay? Call someone quickly." "No, let's send old Ji over." In a panicked voice, Ji Xinghe slowly stretched out his hands to Shen Mu and Su He who were closest to him. "Help me up and help me take off my helmet." Su He and Shen Mu hurriedly stretched out their hands. When they touched Ji Xinghe's arms, their movements suddenly became lighter, and they slowly helped Ji Xinghe up. Instructor Li, who appeared behind Ji Xinghe, reached out and took off Ji Xinghe's helmet. He was actually the first person in the audience to find something wrong, because this kind of protective helmet is built into the mecha. In addition to being used to temporarily remove the armor on the surface of an alien planet to provide oxygen supply, its main function is to sense the driver's brain waves to assist in manipulating the mecha. When removing the armor inside the base, it should be left inside the mecha. When touching Ji Xinghe's arms, Shen Mu also noticed something wrong, that is, the touch of Ji Xinghe's protective suit had changed. "I'm fine, just a little exhausted," Ji Xinghe said softly, and without the helmet, his real voice rang in everyone's ears, and everyone heard his weakness. "How much sweat did you sweat?" When Shen Mu asked this question, he had already reached out to help Ji Xinghe take off his clothes. Instructor Li also made the same move, and Su He tried his best to hold Ji Xinghe's arm. He could clearly feel the weight of Ji Xinghe's body, which showed that Ji Xinghe was really exhausted. When the protective suit was disassembled, the water stains had already flowed down the protective suit to the ground. Even wearing a protective suit with a constant temperature function, it is conceivable how much sweat Ji Xinghe has left. Instructor Li and others who have received the battle report thought of a possibility. Ji Xinghe chose to reject the kindness of other federal mecha warriors at the end of the previous battle. In addition to the lack of energy in his mecha, it was also because his physical fitness was almost at its limit. From leaving the base to locking the victory, the physical energy consumption during this period must be far more than the 10-kilometer long-distance run. If this is not on an alien planet, Ji Xinghe will lose control of the mecha due to physical exhaustion during the battle. The running process during the period can be regarded as a rest, and the automatic driving mode used in the process of returning to the base is also a rest. But the problem is that he has endured many high-load maneuvers and suffered many collisions that are enough to make ordinary people faint on the spot. This is not something that can be fully recovered by standing in the mecha to rest. So, the old man Li and Xinghe designed by Ji Xinghe are both sitting in driving modes. Is it because of this reason? Shen Mu guessed like this, but he spoke angrily. "Are you sick? Even in this state, you still wanted to jump out of the cockpit just now. Aren't you afraid of falling down?" Shen Mu paused for a moment, indicating that what he originally wanted to say was not falling down. Ji Xinghe remained silent, as if he didn't even have the strength to speak. Su He, who was supporting him, sighed in his heart and explained softly, "Old Ji just doesn't want Xinghe to worry." Shen Mu was not convinced. "It's a blessing that people are fine. What's there to worry about if you lose your strength? You don't understand." Su He glared at Shen Mu. "Go away." Shen Mu didn't leave. He helped Ji Xinghe take off the outer protective suit and held Ji Xinghe's hands very steadily, just like when he was repairing a mecha. Actually, Ji Xinghe knew that Shen Mu was concerned about him, so he explained, "I can still beat 3 of you now. This is the truth, and everyone is sure of this, because Ji Xinghe has never lied, and he has been in the base for so long and will not joke with anyone. He always does what he says. Otherwise, when he went to the Grand Canyon, Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun would not have taken his words seriously. You only beat 3 of me," Shen Mu's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. Lao Ji, you beat at least 30 of me before, and now you only beat 3. You are really exhausted. Make way, the stretcher is here. The people who were surrounding made way for him. They wanted to see the fighting hero, but they saw the fragile side of this fighting hero. So no one spoke because they didn't know what to say. No, it's not that exaggerated. Ji Xinghe knew his physical fitness and physical condition very well. Exhaustion, dehydration, just get me a chair and some water to drink. The nutrient supplement's water replenishment ability is a bit too poor. No, carry Lao Ji to the stretcher. Instructor Li's tone was firm, but after saying this, he turned into a soft voice. Lao Ji, don't worry, I told Xinghe to report. This kind of thing will not be a problem in half an hour or an hour. Xinghe also saw that you were not injured, so she won't worry too much. Ji Xinghe glanced at Suhi and Shen Mu. If it were usual, the two of them would definitely move aside, but today they did not move aside, but forcibly carried Ji Xinghe on the stretcher. The stretcher went straight to the medical area of the base very steadily and quickly. The people who were ready to welcome the combat heroes did not disperse. They still stayed in the hangar, waiting for other mecha warriors to complete the disinfection and outer cleaning processes. The second person to enter the hangar was Sichuanian. He was ready to die generously, but he was a step late and did not die. Hey? Where's Lao Ji? Lao Ji went to the medical area because of exhaustion and dehydration. He was just carried away on a stretcher. How is it possible? Sichuanian was shocked again. Lao Ji is the legendary Danjin. How could he be exhausted? Dehydration is possible. Danjin? Even if it is Danjin, he is 65 years old, and there is no Danjin in this world. Instructor Li frowned and said, don't listen to the blind man's nonsense. That's Lao Ji bluffing. The blind man may talk nonsense, but the lame man is not blind. The lame man also said so. The lame man also said that Lao Ji didn't bluff. Sichuanian still didn't want to believe it, because he saw with his own eyes how powerful Ji Xinghe was, and he really hoped that Danjin existed in this world. Only if it exists can it be achieved. Instructor Li was helpless. He really exhausted and was just carried away. It's impossible that Lao Ji is pretending to lie, right? There is no possibility. Sichuanian pondered for a moment. Is it possible? We are just saying it's possible. Lao Ji is just lying. Reason, he wants more money. Get lost. Chapter 90. There is really no golden elixir. There is nothing wrong with the body, it's mainly exhaustion and dehydration. Under normal circumstances, a week of rest will be enough to fully recover. After hanging glucose and nutritional medicine, Lao Ji will be able to carry out daily activities, which will take about half an hour. Outside a ward in the medical area, the doctor's words made everyone who had been waiting for a long time feel relieved. Okay, I'll go back to work first. Master Liu and other people in the machine repair area did not go in to greet them. After receiving the news that made them feel at ease, they went back to continue repairing the mecha. Their tasks suddenly became heavy. The mechas participating in the battle this time were more or less damaged. Although the enemy situation seemed to have been resolved, it was the primary task to ensure the integrity of the mechas at base number 6. It's good that you're okay. You scared us. The mecha warriors also left one after another. Some of them had been waiting in the base and failed to participate in the battle, and some came back to rest after completing the combat mission. Some of them were injured, but they insisted on coming to see Ji Xinghe. The crowd dispersed, and only a few were left. Suhi, Shen Mu, Sichuanian, and Andre. Hey, aren't you a mechanic? Sichuanian looked at Shen Mu and asked curiously, why don't you go and repair the mecha? I don't have any mission. Shen Mu was actually very surprised. From the beginning, the enemy situation was discovered and the entire repair area was busy. Now that the combat mission is over, there are many mechas that need to be repaired, but he has never received any repair-related tasks, as if the command center and the person in charge of the repair area have forgotten his existence. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, everyone knows that he needs to help Ji Xinghe build Xinghe, so when the total number of mechas that need to be repaired is limited, one more or one less is not much, giving him the power to freely choose work tasks. Seeing that Shen Mu had no intention of leaving, Sichuanian could not help but look directly at the doctor and asked, Doctor, did you perform a full-body scan on Lao Ji just now? MRI, X-ray, etc. The doctor nodded. Yes, please rest assured, we are professionals in this area. There is really nothing wrong with Lao Ji's body. If there is, we will definitely tell you. That's not what I meant. Sichuanian hesitated for a moment before asking, I want to ask, have you found anything in Lao Ji's body that we don't have? What you don't have? The doctor and the others were stunned for a moment. It's not us, it's us. It's something that none of us have but Lao Ji has. Sichuanian racked his brains to recall, and added, it's a bead like a bullet, maybe it's in the Danshan position. Danshan is 3 inches below the navel? I'm not too sure, you doctors are professionals, you should know better than me, I know shit. The doctor said with a helpless but serious tone, I can guarantee that there are no stones in Lao Ji's body, and stones are usually in the kidneys. It's not stones, it's, Sichuanian suddenly realized, Golden Dan. Yes, it's the Golden Dan. Is there a Golden Dan in Lao Ji's body? Everyone looked at Sichuanian with strange eyes, except Shen Mu. He looked at the doctor with the same curious eyes as Sichuanian. The doctor didn't quite understand why Sichuanian asked this, but still answered, no, I can be sure that there is no so-called Golden Dan in Lao Ji's body. We have what he has, and he has a lot of us. Sichuanian's expression instantly became very disappointed, and he sighed again. It seems that Lao Ji is really not Danjin, so he is not pretending. Everyone finally understood what Sichuanian meant. As for the fact that Ji Xinghe reached a legendary Danjin, because of the communication between the blind man and the lame man and the relevant personnel of the number 6 base, especially the communication with Suhi, it can be said that everyone who should know knows it. Not only many people in base 6 knew about it, but also many people in base 3 and the frontline military camp where Major Jackson was now. Some believed it, some did not, but there was no doubt that Ji Xinghe was a peerless master. You are pretending, Shen Mu said bluntly. You didn't see how much sweat Lao Ji had shed, but you should know how many battles he had experienced. If it were you, could you hold on? I can't. Sichuanian recalled the battles that Ji Xinghe had experienced, and said with reverence in his eyes, back and forth, Lao Ji destroyed 9 imperial mechas by himself. The first time was 1 against 2 without any support. The second time he joined our battlefield and destroyed 3 imperial mechas. Although he had our help, he destroyed the first 2 imperial mechas very quickly and with great force, and the load he bore was far greater than when he was driving the mecha normally. It was even more dangerous when he destroyed 4 imperial mechas in a row in the third battle, because he faced the siege of 3 imperial mechas alone for a period of time, and one of the imperial mechas used a sword with high-frequency oscillation characteristics. From the weapon, it can be seen that the strength of that imperial mecha is very strong. I can't do it, I really can't do it. I can't destroy 9 imperial mechas in a row, and I can't survive the joint attack of the 3 imperial mechas. Even if I only repeat all the maneuvers that Lao Ji made before and after this battle, I can't do it. I may lose my strength in advance, and I may faint due to overload and impact force. Suhi frowned and asked, why do you think Lao Ji is pretending? He's already 65 years old. You can't do this with your physical fitness in your 20s. It is a miracle that he can do it. Even if he is a peerless master, there should be a limit, right? Sichuanian was silent for a moment before speaking again, because Lao Ji once told us that humans have limits and no limits. He also said that he would give us a gift. That gift is called faith, and it tells us that humans have no limits. These words were said by Ji Xinghe to all the people present in the training area after the blind man left base number 6. At that time, Ji Xinghe also said that he wanted to fight the Imperial Orangutan alone, and Sichuanian was there. To be fair, Sichuanian only thought that Ji Xinghe was bragging at the time, but after that, Ji Xinghe left base number 6 and went to base number 3 with armor, and destroyed 3 Imperial mechas on the way as if by chance, and then, destroyed 9 Imperial mechas. It can be said that he rewrote the outcome of this local encounter with his own strength. Sui understood and sighed, Lao Ji is very strong. Before, everyone said that Lao Ji was only strong when he was not wearing armor. Now no one should deny Lao Ji's strength when he is wearing armor. But this does not mean that Lao Ji is omnipotent. He is a human being, a 65-year-old man. No matter how high his kung fu is, whether he has reached the legendary Danjin, human birth, aging, illness and death are all unstoppable natural laws. Physical fitness will become less and less. Even if you can burst out extraordinary strength and speed, how can you persist like a young man? Besides, the Danjin mentioned in Kung Fu does not really practice the golden elixir in the body. That is not Kung Fu, that is cultivation of immortality. The doctor also understood and added, our physical fitness reaches its peak around the age of 20, and then it will begin to decline as we age. If we focus on exercise and maintain good living habits, this decline in physical fitness can be delayed to around 30 years old, but generally 35 years old is the limit. No matter how you maintain it, it will begin to decline more or less as you age. To be honest, Lao Ji's physical condition is the best I have ever seen at his age. If it were another 65-year-old, no, even a 45-year-old, I can't guarantee that they can fully recover within a week. Su Chuanyan still felt a little regretful. It seemed that the so-called Ganjin did not exist in this world, but he, Suhi, Shen Mu, and everyone else, including the doctor, did not know. It should have taken a week to fully recover, but Ji Xinghe, who was still lying on the bed, had fully recovered. He did not tell the nurse next to him, but lay quietly on the bed, feeling the nutrients injected into his body, his eyes a little distracted looking at the metal ceiling above his head. No one knew what he was thinking, just like no one knew why he pretended to be physically exhausted. Chapter 91 Professional and Technical Sergeant. Welcome, Professional and Technical Sergeant Mechanic Ji Xinghe. When the electronic prompt sounded, the metal gate of the mechanic area opened to both sides, and Ji Xinghe stepped in slowly. When Suhi, who was following behind him, heard the electronic voice addressing Ji Xinghe, he frowned with some dissatisfaction. Promotion of military rank is a matter of course. At this time, only 1 day had passed since Ji Xinghe returned to base number 6, and the statistics of military merits had not been truly completed, but he had achieved another promotion of 2 levels. But the strange thing is that Ji Xinghe's military rank still has the prefix of professional technology, similar to Shen Mu's professional and technical second lieutenant, rather than the ranks of Major Han Li, Major Jackson, and Second Lieutenant Li Lin. From a certain perspective, this shows that the superiors still hope that Ji Xinghe will be a mechanic honestly, staying in the relatively safe base to repair mechas, rather than appearing on the battlefield as a mecha warrior. In 2 days, Lao Ji, you should become a second lieutenant. Suhi was worried that Ji Xinghe was a little dissatisfied with this, and said with a smile, 12 gold stars, the cripple and the blind man have only had so many years on the alien planet, and you, Lao Ji, have already got it after leaving the base twice, and have become an undisputed first-level mecha warrior. They will definitely be proud of their foresight to worship you as their teacher. Under normal circumstances, the first-level mecha warriors of the Federation can get the rank of second lieutenant, and they are directly promoted from sergeant to second lieutenant. The sergeant major between these 2 ranks can directly cross, which is one of the benefits of mecha warriors. It's a pity that I couldn't teach them anything, Ji Xinghe responded with a calm tone and natural expression. He didn't seem to be dissatisfied with his rank prefix. On the first day after returning, except for staying in the medical area for an hour to inject glucose and nutrients, he was with Ji Rongzhen and Yu the rest of the time. It was not until today when Ji Rongzhen and Yu went to class as usual that he came to the machine repair area. They said you taught them a lot of things. Sui kept talking behind Ji Xinghe, and Ji Xinghe kept answering. The 2 of them came to the number 139 operation area. The original person in charge of this operation area had been transferred to the real frontline military camp to repair mechas before the dust storm occurred. There were more than 20 similar operation area managers, so the operation area of the machine repair area of base number 6 was vacant. As the 2 walked in, they could clearly see a mecha parked here. The overall paint was orange-red, which looked no different from the most common color on the surface of the alien planet. The first impression was that it was bloated and fat, so that the neck of this mecha could not be seen clearly, and compared with a tall and bloated body, the head of this mecha was smaller in proportion. The limbs were very strong, and the feet supported the mecha to stand on the metal ground. The fists at the end of the 2 arms looked bigger than a casserole. There were no weapon components on the torso, no micro-missile launchers, no micro-machine guns, only some idle mounting points that could not see the function. On the shelf next to this mecha, there stands a 2.8-meter-long mecha sword. It is the one that Ji Xinghe took back from the battlefield. It has the characteristics of high-frequency oscillation, and the materials used are also very precious. After countless battles, it is still as bright and clean as new. All the other battlefield gains of Ji Xinghe were brought back by the logistics department, but they were not sent to Ji Xinghe. Instead, they were stored in the relevance warehouses. This sword would also be taken away according to relevance regulations, but at the insistence of Instructor Li and the mecha warriors who participated in the battle, it was sent to the mecha area and appeared next to Xinghe. Yes, this bloated mecha parked in the number 139 operating area is the mecha designed by Ji Xinghe as the main force. It can be said to be a substitute for Lao Tali, or an upgraded version of Lao Tali. Xinghe is only 4 meters tall, but this sword is 2 meters and 80 meters long. The height of the imperial mech, standing on which you use this sword, is 4.8 meters. Will this change in height affect your use of this sword? It seems to me that if Xinghe holds this sword in reverse, the tip of the sword will stick to the ground, Suhi asked while filming with a camera next to him. Lao Ji, I don't understand this aspect. Can you tell the audience about it? Ji Xinghe hesitated for a moment. He didn't want to tell the audience about this issue, because the audience was not a mecha warrior and didn't need to know about this aspect. If someone can really join the army, there will be systematic teaching and training in the army. If you are admitted to the mecha driving major of a relevant military university like Ji Xinghe, the knowledge you can learn will be more professional. But to be honest, the reason why he can come to the alien star is that he agreed to Tu Yuan's strategy. Although he has shown strength beyond everyone's expectations and made contributions that no one could have thought of before, Tu Yuan is still able to send him to the blue star at any time. Or he could be confined to the base and allowed to finish filming the documentary, The Old Man and the Sea of Stars. The method is very simple, just don't give him a mecha. This is why Xinghe appeared, but Xinghe is really not good now. Xinghe, which is made entirely of discarded parts, is at risk of falling apart at any time. If Ji Xinghe leaves the base to fight in the dust storm this time and drives Xinghe, he thinks it is unlikely that he can destroy 9 mechas. It won't have any impact, because the mecha's arms can be raised. Ji Xinghe looked at Xinghe and replied, if it were a person of the same height, using a sword of the same length would definitely not work. Many sword techniques would not be able to be used, because the blade is too long and it is difficult to retract the sword in time. If the sword cannot be retracted, there is no way to exert force again. But the mecha is different. First of all, the mecha has unlimited physical strength when it has sufficient energy and will not feel tired. Secondly, the burst of the mecha relies on the engine core. Although the power of the sword will definitely be stronger after the sword is retracted, many times it is not necessary to retract the sword completely to launch a second attack. Finally, the battle of the mecha does not require too complicated sword techniques. In my experience, only 8 moves are enough, Suhi asked. Which 8 moves? Not 8 specific moves, but 8 methods. Well, can you write the word yuan? Forever, yes. Have you heard of the 8 methods of the word yuan? Yes, people who practice calligraphy usually practice the 8 methods of the word yuan. That's it. People who are good at calligraphy are usually described as wielding the pen like a knife. The principle is the same in reverse, wielding the knife like a pen. The 8 methods of the word yuan. Suhi seemed to understand what he heard, but it was not important to him, just to record the relevant materials. Then, Lao Ji, can you use this kind of knife? Aren't you good at the 8-cut knife? Suhi asked again, how about we contact each other and replace this sword with 2 8-cut knives? Anyway, your 8-cut knives are very short, only 1 meter long, and the base can still make money. Ji Xinghe was not amused by Suhi's words, but explained seriously, this is not just a problem of the material of the blade, but also the most important energy core and related components. Otherwise, the sword cannot have the characteristics of high-frequency oscillation. It can't be replaced. I'll use it first. Suhi winked at Ji Xinghe, indicating that he actually knew these, but he asked this question just to popularize science for the audience. After that, there were some questions and answers, which allowed Suhi to accumulate a lot of materials, not to mention the 3rd issue of The Old Man and the Starry Sea, and the 4th issue is enough. Just after this ended, Shen Mu came over with an indignant look on his face. Lao Ji, they don't want to replace the 12th generation engine, saying that they can only replace the 11th generation engine. Chapter 92 Absolute Defense Mode. Although the Federation has 36 generations of standard mechas, it only has 12 generations of core engines. The 12th generation engine is the Federation's newest and most powerful core engine. Currently, only the exclusive mechas of ace mecha pilots and some special mecha warriors can be replaced. When Ji Xinghe designed the Lao Tali before, because it had a transformation function, Shen Mu said at the time that without the 12th generation core engine, the Lao Tali would never be truly built. The most important component of a mecha is the core engine. The worst part of Xinghe is also the core engine, which comes from an abandoned core engine of an imperial mecha. After repair, its performance parameters are only equivalent to the 5th generation core engine that the Federation has long eliminated. Why didn't they change it? Sui was dissatisfied before Ji Xinghe. He destroyed 9 imperial mechas by himself. If it weren't for Lao Ji, he would have died. And Lao Ji is now a first-level mecha warrior. Combined with the strength shown by Lao Ji and the spoils he seized on the battlefield, it is enough to change to 12th generation engine. Shen Mu kicked the operating table next to him, and looked at the drone that automatically followed Sui with a clang. Sui, I smash your thing, and they changed it. What does it have to do with my drone? Yes, I am making a documentary for Lao Ji. I also know that they don't want Lao Ji to participate in the war, but the problem is that this engine is to be installed on Xinghe. If Lao Ji really wants to go out to participate in the war, he can't drive Xinghe. Sui accidentally said the truth. In his and many people's opinion, even if Xinghe replaced the most advanced core engine, it would be difficult to exert the true power of the engine. It's like installing the engine of an F1 racing car on a van. The van is still a van and can never become a racing car. At most, it can only run a little faster. They said so too. They also said that in this case, giving the 12th generation core engine to Lao Ji's Xinghe was a waste of resources, so they won't change it. Shen Mu looked at Ji Xinghe and said with some guilt, Lao Ji, I'm not good at speaking and I couldn't convince them. Wait for me for a while. I'll take Sui with me to discuss with him. Sui is good at speaking? Sui was quite moved after hearing this. His eloquence was actually very average, but he had the imperial sword. The eyes of 300 million people were focused on the camera equipment in his hand. Who wouldn't give him some face? No need. Ji Xinghe stopped him. Let's just go with the 11th generation. What they said is actually very right. Now the mechas of the special mecha warriors have not yet been replaced, and it is indeed a waste of resources to use them on Xinghe. The performance of the 11th generation core engine is already far beyond that of Xinghe. Shen Mu, who is a mechanic and personally participated in the creation of Xinghe, disagreed with this reason. Yes, Xinghe itself cannot really bring out the performance of the 12th or even 11th generation core engine. But it also has an overclocking mode. Without the 12th generation core engine, its overclocking mode cannot be maximized. Let's choose the 11th generation. There will be some contribution points left to exchange for other parts. Ji Xinghe glanced at the sword and thought of Major Jackson, who had fought with him before. I am used to using a two-handed sword. With only one sword, I want to add a shield, the kind of alloy shield that Jackson uses. Do you think it's enough? Shen Mu thought for a moment. That's enough. I know Major Jackson's shield. The material of the shield itself is not expensive. What's expensive are the micro-engine and vector jet device on it. With what you have seized on the battlefield this time, it is more than enough, and there are still extras. Okay, then I'll trouble you to make another trip. That's what I said. You are my master. It's my duty to serve you. I should do it. Shen Mu agreed verbally but did not leave. Instead, he asked as if he was seeking credit, Master, do you want to try Xinghe first? I worked overtime to complete it and didn't find anyone to conduct the real machine test. Its first time must be left to you. Okay, then try it. Ji Xinghe nodded and slowly walked behind Xinghe. Sui dissuaded him from the side. Old Ji, why don't you wait a little longer? It's the same if you try again in a few days. Besides, you have to replace the main engine, so just try again after you replace it. Shen Mu then remembered that Ji Xinghe's body had not recovered yet, and he felt a little regretful. Then let's try again later. Master, I'm going to find the logistics department first. You wait for me. Don't do the actual machine test. Wait until I come back. As he spoke, Shen Mu actually turned around and ran away, as if he was afraid that Ji Xinghe would start the actual machine test directly. This made Ji Xinghe feel a little ashamed, because his body had really recovered completely, and he had not been so weak that he needed Shen Mu and Sui to help him up. Lying is not good, but Ji Xinghe has reasons why he has to lie, and more than one. One of the reasons made him very anxious. Why did the Empire appear near base number 6 in the dust storm? With only 30 mechas, how did they cross multiple blockades unscathed? Because of the dust storm, the communication of base number 6 was affected and it was almost disconnected from the outside world, but the occasional restored communication allowed base number 6 to confirm that the blockade did not find this complete formation of imperial mechas. Wait a minute, Lao Ji, don't be in a hurry. Haven't those imperial mechas been dealt with? Sui said again. You have been back for a day, and the mecha warriors who were investigating outside have not been able to find the imperial mechas. The detection eyes have all been repaired and there are no discoveries either. We are very safe. Yes, Ji Xinghe responded and turned to the operating table, then operated on the keyboard, and soon connected to Xinghayu's built-in host through the cloud, and directly entered the background of Xinghayu's intelligent assistance system. Suhi, who was watching beside him, was a little shocked when he saw the code like a heavenly book displayed on the holographic screen. Lao Ji, you can also program. Yes, Ji Xinghe added, I was born in 2022, not 2002 or 1992. When I was born, computers and smart devices had already been popularized in thousands of households. When I was in middle school, programming classes became a compulsory subject. They were counted in the middle school entrance examination and the college entrance examination. Why, didn't you have programming classes when you were in school? Yes, Suhi explained awkwardly, but I am a liberal arts student. We were divided into liberal arts and science in junior high school, so I didn't learn programming. Ji Xinghe nodded and continued to operate on the keyboard. His programming level was actually not high. There was no difference between his grades in the learning process and those in Chinese, mathematics, chemistry, physics, Eagle language and other subjects. He was not biased in the process of going to school. Under normal circumstances, this knowledge will be forgotten little by little as you grow older, and because it will not be used in life, until you exclaim why the questions for primary school students are so difficult. However, Ji Xinghe can use it, and he is very good at intelligent assistance systems, because he is the best auto mechanic in Xinfeng City. Cars of this era have intelligent driving systems. A mechanic who can only repair car hardware and does not understand related software is not a qualified mecha warrior. Suhi looked at Ji Xinghe, whose fingers were knocking out after images on the projection keyboard. He really didn't understand why Ji Xinghe could know so many things. In fact, he knew the answer. If someone could sleep only 4 or 5 hours a day for more than 50 years like Ji Xinghe, and still be able to maintain a mental state and never stop learning, then he could also be as knowledgeable as Ji Xinghe. Even when playing games, Ji Xinghe is not for relaxation and entertainment, but to learn the relevant knowledge and experience of mecha driving through games, so that he can have a common topics with his son. What Suhi really doesn't understand is, what exactly is the reason that has created Ji Xinghe's character, so that Ji Xinghe can have a strong self-control like a machine. In addition to breathing, eating, drinking water, going to the toilet, and sleeping, how many people can persist in doing things that have been the same for more than 50 years? After some operations, Ji Xinghe stopped, then walked behind Xinghayu and whispered, Xinghayu, open the cockpit. With a click, Xinghayu's cockpit opened automatically, revealing a structure that was somewhat different from other mecha cockpits. In addition to the chair that was required for sitting operation, which was complained by many people, there was also a small chair next to it. Xinghayu, Ji Xinghe spoke again, turn on absolute defense mode. The small chair that should not appear in the cockpit was suddenly completely wrapped by the metal toys that began to change. Looking at its outline, it can just accommodate a 6-year-old girl. So he suddenly understood why Ji Xinghe, who was good at using double swords, chose a shield. In a trance, he also understood the problem that he couldn't figure out just now, why Ji Xinghe's self-control ability is so strong. At first it was due to personality and interest, and then it was because of responsibility. Before it was the responsibility of being a father, now it is the responsibility of being a grandfather. Chapter 93 Serious Lack of Money. Although Shen Mu is a bit of a joke sometimes, his professionalism is beyond doubt. Otherwise, he would not have had an independent operating area when he first arrived on the alien planet, and he would not have been awarded the rank of second lieutenant, as well as the highest special talent allowance according to him. Therefore, even Ji Xinghe could not find any problems with his Xinghayu that was assembled by Shen Mu himself. After helping Ji Xinghe apply for the Federation's 11th generation core mecha engine and the alloy shield with built-in impact function, Shen Mu returned to the machine repair area and carefully leaned over to Su He and asked in a low voice. Did Lao Ji have a hammer? Handed a hammer. Yes, I used the hammer to hit Xinghayu's body. No, that's good, that's good. Shen Mu breathed a sigh of relief and then sighed helplessly. Lao Su, as a professional mechanic graduated from a formal school, why do you think my ability to repair mecha parts and assemble mechas is not as good as Lao Ji's wild one? Su He laughed. Isn't your mentality the same as those serious mecha warriors who think they can't beat Lao Ji? It's normal, because Lao Ji has created miracles. Yes, Lao Ji has created miracles, more than once. The first thing Shen Mu thought of was not a battle in which Ji Xinghe defeated 3 mechas in the canyon, nor the almost sweeping of the machine repair area, repairing many parts that needed to wait in line for robotic arms and machine tools, but the 10-kilometer long-distance race that Ji Xinghe participated in. Shenmue was also on the Azure Star at the time and watched the entire process through the internet. For a young man like him, running 10 kilometers is not a problem, but his physical fitness is already very good, but he can only barely run 10 kilometers in 34 minutes. After running, he wanted to collapse on the ground and not move. However, when Ji Xinghe ran 10 kilometers, his steps were slow but very firm, which made many people doubt that Ji Xinghe was not 65 years old. Don't think too much. Suhi patted Shenmue's shoulder and said in a relaxed tone, Zio Shen, there are some amazing people in every era. They rise like the wind from the tip of the green duckweed, achieve success among the grass, use their ordinary past to shape the extraordinary present, and write legends about the future. Shenmue glared, are you adding drama to yourself again? Where do you get so many flowery words every day? Can't you say it more bluntly? Do you know that you make me look uncultured and damage my image in front of 300 million viewers? What if I can't find a wife in the future? Can you bear the responsibility? Okay, I'll cut this part. Suhi lied casually and said, to put it bluntly, Lao Ji's family conditions are actually not bad, and the living standard has always been very good, otherwise he would not be more than 1.9 meters tall. The level of education he received is also very good. You always say that he is a self-taught person, but the mechanical engineering major he attended in college is also ranked among the best in Longzhou, right? 7th, Shenmue said, I checked. The mechanical engineering major in the university that Lao Ji attended is ranked 7th in the entire Longzhou. Yeah, 7th is already very impressive. After all, our Longzhou's mechanical engineering major is the best on the Blue Star. So Lao Ji is actually not a self-taught person. He is just a self-taught person in terms of much-related aspects. Suhi looked at Ji Xinghe, who was leading Ji Rongzhinayu over from a distance, and spoke faster, but this can't be blamed on Lao Ji. When he was in college, there were no mechas in the world. He had no place to learn even if he wanted to. Later, he could only teach himself. Shenmue looked at Ji Xinghe getting closer and closer, and said impatiently, what exactly do you want to say? Get to the point, get to the point. Suhi smiled and asked, think about it, someone started with only a broken bowl, but was able to conquer the legendary empire. What kind of miracle is this? In comparison, isn't Lao Ji's starting point much higher? Shenmue finally understood. After nodding in agreement, he asked, what about age? What about physical strength? Old age means that Lao Ji has spent more time studying than others, and his physical strength has declined. So Lao Ji has to drive a mecha. No matter how good his physical fitness is, it can't compare to a mecha. That makes sense. The two of them suddenly squatted down at the same time to greet Ji Rongzhinayu, who was jogging over. After Ji Xinghe came back, Ji Rongzhinayu, who didn't want others to hold her hand, became cheerful again, and even let go of Ji Xinghe's hand and ran towards Xinghayu. Yes, Ji Rongzhinayu ran towards Xinghayu, bypassing the somewhat embarrassed Suhi and Shenmue. Fortunately, there were voices greeting him, so it wasn't too embarrassing. Hello Uncle Suhi, hello Uncle Shenmue, hello Xingxin, slow down. While Ji Rong and Xinai were looking at Xinghayu, Suhi stood beside Ji Xinghe and whispered, some people I have contacted these days have agreed to sell their contribution points to you, and some of them have agreed to transfer the money to you first. When the dust storm is over and communications are restored, I will contact Beijing and ask her to transfer your money to these people's relatives. Okay, thank you, Zio Su. Ji Xinghe did not forget that he still had a sum of money on the Blue Star. It was all the wealth he had saved in his life, including the advance payment of his pension. Shenmue at the side asked curiously, how much is it? Old Ji, you must have saved a lot of money over the years. Ji Xinghe looked at the happy Ji Rongzhinayu and was in a very good mood, so he patiently replied, not much, a total of 3.3 million. Most of it is from selling the house and the pension. I didn't save much myself. Shenmue was stunned for a moment. Only 3.3 million? You have such good car repair skills, your salary must be very high. Does your boss deduct your salary? No, my salary is really high, about 35,000 to 40,000 per month. It was a little lower when I first started working, only 15,000 a month, but it increased to 23,000 after working for 3 months, then including the house and the pension. Why is it only 3.3 million? I remember that the housing prices in Xinfeng City are not low. The average price is more than 20,000 per square meter, right? Sui frowned and said, "Why do you ask so clearly?" Shenmue replied confidently, "I calculated with old Ji how much money I can save in the future. It's more than 20,000 per square meter, and it was sold for nearly 3 million. Ji Xinghe didn't mind and explained, "The money is small because I spend a lot of money. Because of martial arts training, I have only eaten beef since junior high school, and I eat it every day. After work, I will also make some medicinal wine for use. In addition, I will also take some paid online courses after get off work. Paper knowledge is shallow. If there is a teacher to teach, the learning efficiency will be higher. So after a few times, I only saved this little money." Shenmue wanted to ask more, but was interrupted by Suhu with his eyes, because if he asked further, he would definitely ask about things that Ji Xinghe didn't want to mention, such as his parents' inheritance, such as Ji Xinghe's upbringing expenses, etc. The issue of money was left at that. Ji Xinghe would have a large number of contribution points, not only those obtained from transactions, but also his rewards for this battle. The contribution points that have been determined to be replaced with the 11th generation engine and alloy shield are the income captured on the battlefield, not real battle merits. My body is really fine. Now let's start the actual machine test of Xinghe. Ji Xinghe looked at Xinghe standing solemnly and said expectantly, "If everything is fine and proves that this design is feasible, then we can start upgrading it." The so-called upgrade is to replace parts and gradually replace those parts made of discarded parts with new and better performing parts. Each replacement can be called an upgrade. Why not replace them all at once? Because the cost of mecha is too high. The latest 36th generation standard mecha of the Federation has an average cost of 67 million per unit, and this is still the case of mass-produced models. The cost of a mecha designed and built independently like Xinghe will inevitably increase a lot, so Ji Xinghe's money is far from enough. No problem. Anyway, I have no tasks. I will help you with this matter to the end. Let's not rush, upgrade Xinghe little by little, and one day it will be able to play its full performance. Shenmue's voice was impassioned, but he had no confidence in his heart. He just asked Ji Xinghe why he had so little money, because he knew that Xinghe needed a lot of money to complete all the upgrades. So he finally understood, and after a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Old Ji, how about I contact our TV station after the dust storm is over and help you get some advertising endorsements?" Ji Xinghe was stunned. "Is it okay? You can try. It's easier than going to the battlefield to seize supplies." Suhi looked at Ji Xinghe with an expression that said, "Old Ji, I know you are going to do this, but it really won't work." Ji Xinghe was silent. As a conscription mascot, he really didn't have the freedom to go to the battlefield casually, and his granddaughter still needed to be taken care of. Shenmue disagreed. "In fact, there is another way to complete the Xinghe faster." Suhi asked curiously, "What is that method?" Lao Ji becomes an ace mecha warrior. As long as he becomes an ace, even if Lao Ji wants 2 Xingheus, it's fine. Aces have spare mechas. If Lao Ji can become an ace mecha warrior, his spoils will definitely be enough to build 2 Xingheus. Aren't you talking nonsense? Just tell me if Lao Ji has the strength to become an ace. Just tell me if Lao Ji becomes an ace, can he get 2 exclusive Xingheus? Yes, he can. Then am I talking nonsense? No, haha. Chapter 94. Our superiors are not just soldiers. There is no 12th generation core engine in base number 6, which is one of the reasons why Ji Xinghe failed to change it, but there is an 11th generation core engine. Since the 27th generation of Federal Standard Mecha, all mechas have been equipped with this engine as standard, and among the 50,000 mechas currently in service on alien planets, more than 20,000 are new mechas including the 27th generation standard mechas. The previous 26th generation standard mechas are no longer in production, but they are still in use, just like many discontinued cars can still run around on the road. Lagging performance is a problem, but the bigger problem is that you can't afford to change it. It's okay to have it, and you have to use it. Some first-level mecha warriors and special mecha warriors who are good at using previous generation mechas will also make some similar upgrades, such as replacing more advanced engines and supporting parts. Only non-professional mecha warriors like Ji Xinghe who don't have exclusive mechas, or mecha warriors who don't have exclusive mechas, use whatever they have every time they need to use mechas. I'm really a genius, Shenmue praised himself without hesitation, and looked at Xinghe, which had replaced the 11th generation core engine, and shouted loudly, "I thought of this day when I designed this. Let alone the 11th generation core engine, even the 12th generation core engine, or the 13th generation core engine that is being developed, can be replaced on Xinghe. Ji Xinghe nodded in agreement. Yes, you are a genius. This was said sincerely, because although the main design work of Xinghe was completed by Ji Xinghe himself, Shenmue's contribution was not inferior to Ji Xinghe, especially the combination of the core engine and the mech's energy supply system and transmission system, which was basically completed by Shenmue alone, and Ji Xinghe could only be regarded as an assistant. He put forward his own demands, and Shenmue racked his brains to complete the design. The cooperation between the two people had a sense of intimacy. Suhi, who was standing next to Ji Xinghe in the camera, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "You two are both geniuses, different kinds of geniuses." Hey, Shenmue laughed strangely with joy, causing Ji Xinghe to look at him with strange eyes, but he didn't notice it and continued to say proudly, "When Lao Ji becomes an ace mecha warrior in the future, I will apply to be Lao Ji's full-time mechanic. We will work together as master and apprentice to take down the gorilla dog head of the Emperor of the Empire." Suhi laughed and attacked, "When Lao Ji becomes an ace mecha warrior, will he still need you to be his mechanic? He can repair mechas by himself." Speaking of which, all the ace mecha warriors, including many special mecha warriors like Major Han Li and Major Jackson, they can't repair mechas, right? Of course he needs it. Lao Ji's physical fitness is not good. He has no strength after fighting. How can he repair the mecha? I don't have to fight, so I can help Lao Ji repair the mecha. Shenmue glanced at Suhi and nodded. Yes, they don't know how to repair mechas, or they can only repair minor problems. Therefore, Lao Ji is the strongest mecha warrior among mechanics, and the strongest mechanic among mecha warriors. Suhi's eyes lit up. This sentence is good, I will edit it in. You can edit it in. But you have to cut it out if I say Lao Ji's physical fitness is not good, and you have to cut it out if I say I don't have to fight. Why? Because I'm learning martial arts from Lao Ji. In the future, the whole Federation will know that I am Lao Ji's apprentice. If I say that my master's physical fitness is not good and that I can't fight, am I embarrassing my master? Are you embarrassing yourself? What do you care? Besides, Xinghe will definitely be very good at fighting when she grows up. It would be embarrassing if I am not as good as my junior sister Xinghe. Brother Su, when you shoot and edit, you have to portray me as a peerless master who will not easily attack. Do you understand what I mean? Now you call me Brother Su, not Old Su. Brother Su, Brother Su, I will call you Brother Su from now on. Amidst the laughter, the Xinghe, which had replaced the new engine, once again began the actual machine test. Because it was a non-mass production model, this actual machine test was destined to be carried out many times. Including the use of discarded parts in the warehouse of base number 6, the process of assembling it into Xinghe after repair is also necessary. The design plan on the drawing is always on the drawing. The mecha is not a bungalow or a 3-story building, but is equivalent to a skyscraper or a cross-sea bridge. The demonstration work of the design plan may even take longer than the construction time. The Xinghe assembled with discarded parts can be called the first generation of Xinghe, or an experimental model. The main purpose is to test whether the design plan is reasonable and whether it can play the desired effect after it is built. Facts have proved that the first generation of Xinghe, which was built by Ji Xinghe and Shenmue, and more than 50% of the mechanics in the number 6 base's mechanical repair area, had a certain degree of combat capability when it was assembled. It was just that all the parts were defective, so the combat capability was not strong. The actual machine test after the engine replacement was also very smooth, and the subsequent replacement and upgrade of other parts was much simpler, and it was not necessary to conduct actual machine tests every time. Funds are limited, so we need to discuss where to start the upgrade, Shenmue said. My suggestion is to start with the energy transmission board. Lao Ji, I believe in your ability to repair the energy transmission board, but these boards are too thin after repair, and they can't withstand the full power burst of the 11th generation engine. If the energy transmission board cracks during the fight, then the Xinghe will probably crack on the spot. Okay, then there are nuclear fuel cells. Like engines, different generations of nuclear fuel cells can provide different levels of energy. Xinghe focuses on endurance, so we can't use the previous imperial mecha nuclear fuel cells. That thing is also backward in the Empire. Shenmue sighed. If I had the money, I could replace a mecha with a nuclear fusion reactor. It would be no problem to fight at full power mode for a whole day without interruption. It will be there in the future, it will all be there, after the replacement of the 3 major items of core engine. energy transmission board, and nuclear fuel cell. Lao Ji, you will have no money. There is one more thing. The battle merit statistics are said to be almost completed, then replace Xingheyu's joints. Starting with the joints of the lower body, because running and moving are very damaging to the joints. After the replacement, Xingheyu's mobility will be greatly enhanced. Okay, I'll go and ask how many contribution points I can get. If it's really not possible, I won't be promoted to rank, just contribution points. Yes, what's the use of military rank, Lao Ji? If you want to be a second lieutenant, apply for an independent operating area in the machine repair area, and then repair 30 mechas to be promoted to second lieutenant. I'm about to be promoted to lieutenant now. While talking, Lieutenant Colonel Chen soon came over, but it was a little different from the past when he would say everything in person. Sergeant Ji Xinghe, shall we talk? Okay, Reporter Sui, please don't shoot this part. But Sui was a little reluctant. He was afraid that Ji Xinghe would be bullied. Without 300 million viewers, what could Ji Xinghe use to bargain with his superiors? It's okay. Ji Xinghe patted Sui's shoulder, and followed Lieutenant Colonel Chen soon to an open area in the machine repair area. This is the area where tractors are parked, and there is no one around. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Ji Xinghe felt that when he and Chen Sun were alone face to face, the expression on Chen Sun's face, which had always been cold, suddenly softened a little, but generally speaking, he was still expressionless. The difference might be his eyes. Well, Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun pondered for a moment before saying, you know, our superiors are not only soldiers, but also politicians. Ji Xinghe sighed. He understood something when he heard this, and that was the change he least wanted to happen. Chapter 95. I'm only 65. Didn't you say that people and things should be used to their full potential on the front line? Ji Xinghe asked back. Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun still maintained his usual expressionless state. I am just a lieutenant colonel staff officer. The area I am responsible for is only base number 6, and only some affairs. Ji Xinghe was silent for a moment. You say it, they hope that you will choose to be promoted to lieutenant, a direct promotion, but there will still be a professional and technical prefix. Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun's tone was calm, but there was some helplessness. You will become the fastest promoted professional and technical officer since the Federation landed on the alien planet. You will be responsible for 3 independent operating areas and be equipped with 12 professional mechanics and related mechanics. In theory, it only takes 3 months for you to be promoted to captain. When you bring Xinghe back to the Blue Star, you can at least be promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel and retire with the treatment of a lieutenant colonel. If you don't want to retire, you can become a specially appointed consultant to the Federal Mecha Research Institute. After a slight pause, Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun stated the conditions, but if you choose to accept it, you can no longer continue to upgrade Xinghe, and you can no longer drive a mecha out to fight unless necessary in the future. Ji Xinghe's eyes have completely calmed down, looking at Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun and whispering, so, I can refuse. How fresh. Everyone knows that you, Ji Xinghe, are the best at disobeying military orders. Yes, you can refuse. Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun nodded slightly. Your military merit will be calculated in another way, and your rank will not be promoted again. Your spoils and military merits on the battlefield will be converted into contribution points. If you have already purchased the 11th generation core engine, you can still get 100,000 contribution points. This choice is not equal. The salary of the lieutenant rank is not low. A professional technical lieutenant and a mechanic can get a basic salary of 20,000 contribution points every month. Counting the performance salary for repairing mechas, the reward of 100,000 contribution points is too little. Instructor Li, Sichuanayan and others helped Ji Xinghe calculate before. According to the proportion of his previous battles in the canyon, he can get at least 500,000 contribution points this time, or a resource reward equivalent to about 1 million contribution points, and his rank can also be promoted to a second lieutenant equivalent to a first-level mecha warrior. Politician, Ji Xinghe suddenly laughed. He hadn't laughed much since he received the news of Ji Xinghe's death. The only times he laughed were in front of Ji Rongzhanayu. But now he laughed exaggeratedly, as if he had heard the best joke in the world. Chen Sun waited until Ji Xinghe put away his smile before speaking again. What they said actually makes sense. First, you were able to come to the alien planet and you were able to destroy 9 imperial mechas. You used the resources of the Federation, not everything you did on your own. If you are always given exceptions, what will others think? What will they do? Second, Your role on the battlefield is not as great as you show. What you can do, all the special grade mecha warriors can do. And they can do better than you because you are not good at cooperation. Yes, we can train you, but is the difference between one more special grade and one less special grade really that big? Third, there are big problems with your physical fitness. Although your physical burst is better than most mecha warriors, your recovery time is too slow. The battles that really need a master like you often last for a long time, and you can't hold on. Fourth, both they and I underestimated your importance to conscription. Do you know how much higher the number of people who signed up to join the army was after the second episode of your documentary was broadcast? 3.7 times, not 3.7% or 37%, but 3.7 times. Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun's voice was much higher, proving that he was actually very excited, but he was still expressionless. Ji Xinghe understood the meaning of Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun's last sentence. If it had only increased by 3.7% or 37%, today's conversation would not have happened, but the problem was that it increased by 3.7 times. Considering that the expected base itself is not low, this is a very exciting increase, an increase that can affect the entire war situation. In this case, federal politicians, people, and even the military are waiting for the third and fourth issues of The Old Man and the Sea of Stars. Who dares to let Ji Xinghe die? Who is willing to let Ji Xinghe die? Ji Xinghe remained silent because he couldn't say the words he could use to refute. First, any period of anything allows for exceptions, so why can't it be me? Why not ask those mecha warriors if they are willing to allow me to be an exception? Second, all special mecha warriors can do what I do, just because the performance of the mecha they drive is stronger than the mecha I drive, not because they are better than me. They can do better than me, just because they have more battles to gain experience. Why not give me more fighting opportunities? Third, my physical fitness is fine. I am acting and pretending, because I don't know why the Empire knows the approximate location of base number 6, because I don't want to be trained as an ace fighter. I can fight, but I can't leave my granddaughter to fight on the front line. No one will let me take my granddaughter to the front line, and I myself will not agree. Fourth, if it is just for conscription, then if I die in battle, will more people take revenge in the name of revenge? These words cannot be said, because they are a little selfish, because the wording is inappropriate, because it concerns other people, and more because these words have no meaning to politicians. They never believe in debates. They only use debates to change other people's minds. After a long while, Ji Xinghe spoke. Has the communication been restored? Yes, the dust storm has begun to weaken. The brief restoration of communication has allowed us to get in touch with the headquarters. Mecha warriors will be sent to clean up the area near our base at the nearest blockade line. There is no need to worry about the safety of the base. Are you and Instructor Li in trouble? No trouble, just a normal transfer. Ji Xinghe was silent again, and this time it was longer than before. Don't say sorry, you didn't do anything wrong, and neither did we. Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun took a deep breath and said, the facts prove that we made the right choice. If it weren't for you, at least half of their people would have died. Or even all of them would have been wiped out. Ji Xinghe didn't say sorry, so, politicians think my life is more important than all of their lives, although it is inappropriate to say so, but I believe that in your eyes, Xinghe's life must be more important than yours. Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun looked into Ji Xinghe's eyes. They are not wrong, we are not wrong, and you are not wrong. We are not wrong. What is wrong is the war brought about by the Empire. I know what choice you will make, and I won't persuade you, but I hope that you won't take advantage of your seniority in the future. Ji Xinghe didn't say sorry after all. Instead, he said after a long silence, thank you, you're welcome. Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun turned and left. He had said what he wanted to say, and although Ji Xinghe's answer was not said directly, he had guessed Ji Xinghe's choice before he came. Ji Xinghe stood behind him and asked, can I see you smile next time we meet? Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun paused and said, I have been injured and my facial nerves are damaged. I cannot get treatment. Are you also a mecha warrior? No, I am a sniper. Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun turned his head and looked at Ji Xinghe, with a smile in his eyes. If we can meet again, I hope you are qualified to let me be your sniper. Ji Xinghe did not ask what it means to be qualified. His tone was calm but full of confidence. I will. Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun turned his head again, waved his hand and left directly. Ji Xinghe returned to the operating area and spoke briefly and concisely in response to the questions of Shen Mu and Su He. which triggered the two people's crazy complaints. If Xinghe was not present, the two of them would definitely swear. What should we do after that? Shen Yu calculated in his mind and said in an awkward tone, we probably need 39 million contribution points. Looking at the current situation, even if you can be the spokesperson for a product, this money may not be able to be converted into contribution points in a short time. He hesitated to speak. He knew very well that the possibility Shen Yu said was not a possibility, but a fact. The boat will straighten itself out when it reaches the bridge. Don't worry. At least we have built Xinghe. We still have time. Ji Xinghe looked at Ji Rongzhenai, who was chatting with Xinghe not far away, and whispered, I'm only 65 years old, she is only 6 years old. She still has 12 years to reach adulthood and 16 years to graduate from college. If she wants to take the postgraduate entrance examination, study for a doctorate, or study for a master's and doctorate simultaneously. Yes, I'm only 65 years old. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Star Moon Night. Ji Xinghe is not short. At 1.27 meters, she is much taller than the average height of a 6-year-old girl, which is 1.16 meters. Considering that she has only celebrated her 5th birthday, her height development is actually very good, but this is not a good thing. Because she has lived in a low-gravity environment since birth, her bone density is lower than normal. The numerical difference is not actually that big. The strength of human genetic genes will not produce fundamental changes in one generation, but this impact is not only on bone density. Muscle development and organs including the heart will be affected, and the most serious of these is heart problems. As the first generation born on an alien planet, children like Ji Xinghe will not have obvious changes in various body fluid pressures and blood supply requirements in their bodies due to genetic reasons. Therefore, in a low-gravity environment, their hearts usually swell by about 10%. Regardless of whether they return to the Azure Star to survive, they are more likely to have sudden heart disease than normal people, and the same is true for other organs. So she needs treatment, and they all need treatment. Ji Xinghe looked up, looked at the 4-meter-high mecha in front of her, and spoke carefully. Hello, Xinghe. Hello, Ji Xinghe. Xinghe responded very quickly. It was able to connect to the base's local area network, data center, and cloud computing server inside the base, and speak through external speakers. With Ji Xinghe already having built-in information about Ji Xinghe, it recognized Ji Xinghe through its camera at the first time. Then, while answering, it slowly squatted down, its movements as light as a slow-motion shot in a movie. Ji Xinghe widened her eyes and looked at Xinghe, who was still nearly 2 meters tall after squatting, and lowered his head to her. The eyes on the facial armor emitted a gentle white light, like her favorite moon. Why do you know my name is Ji Xinghe? Because you are my princess, princess. I know princesses. Am I your princess? Ji Xinghe smiled happily, her eyes curved and looking like Xinghe's eyes. Yes, you are my princess. Then are you my prince? No, I am your knight. Ah. But aren't princesses always with princes? Xinghe, I want to be with you, because you were created by Grandpa, and I gave you your name. Xinghe was silent. Its intelligent core was not enough for it to answer this question. Weak artificial intelligence can also be called pseudo-artificial intelligence. All behaviors and languages need to be based on human will and wisdom to occur. But its silence did not last too long. Ji Xinghe on the other side heard Ji Rongzhenai's question, so he operated on his bracelet. The princess can only meet the prince after she comes of age. Xinghe is not yet an adult, so now Xinghe only needs a knight who can protect you. Xinghe's voice is not a cold electronic voice, but an anthropomorphic gentle female voice. This technology existed when Ji Xinghe was born, but at that time there was a clear difference in tone. With the development of the times, the corresponding turn in tone has long been the same as that of human beings. No, Xinghe, you are wrong. Xinghe still needs Grandpa. Ji Rong corrected Xinghe and then asked immediately, if you are my knight and I am your princess, who is Grandpa to you? Xinghe was silent again. This question was something Ji Xinghe had not thought of before. He quickly input a lot of answering instructions, all based on his previous ideas. But he is not a wise and demon-like being after all. The time after Xinghe successfully installed the intelligent core was also very short. The fingers on the bracelet paused. Ji Xinghe was thinking about how to answer this question, but Shenmue next to him couldn't wait any longer. He quickly tapped on the screen of his own bracelet. Lord, the squatting Xinghe looked at Ji Xinghe, and her tone suddenly became firm, even a little passionate. Your grandfather Ji Xinghe is my lord. Xinghe knights are ordered by the lord to protect the princess Ji Xinghe of the world. Wow, Ji Xinghe took a step closer to Xinghe. Xinghe knight, so cool. Ji Xinghe glanced at Shenmue not far away, and Shenmue responded with a grin, and snatched the authority to set the Xinghe program, and said silently with his mouth opening and closing, let me do it. He was concentrating on controlling his drone to shoot. He had already thought of the title of the scene in his mind, Ji Xinghe and her Xinghe Knights. He firmly believed that Ji Xinghe would appear in front of the world sooner or later and would not suffer any blame. Because her father sacrificed for the Federation, because her grandfather would become the oldest special mecha warrior in the Federation, and because she herself was innocent. It won't take too long, because her grandfather Ji Xinghe already has 12 gold stars, and he only needs 8 more gold stars to become a special grade mecha warrior. Even if he is a special grade mecha warrior with the rank of sergeant, he is one of the only 300 special grade mecha warriors in the Federation. It's okay. Xinghe's tone suddenly became a little weird. It squatted and stretched out its arms, making a move to hug Ji Xinghe in its arms, but the mechanical arm and its body maintained a safe distance, and the center of gravity of the body also moved back to ensure that there would be no mistakes and hurt Ji Xinghe. Look, this is the restricted area that I will set up with my life. I call it God's restricted area, because within this restricted area, not even God can hurt my princess Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe did not notice the change in Xinghe, and her experience was not enough for her to discover this, but she liked Xinghe's way of speaking very much, and asked curiously, why does God want to hurt me? Is it because I don't want to believe in him? Mom said that the greatest belief of us longs how people's our ancestors, so Xinghe's belief is Grandpa. If God wants to hurt me, Grandpa will definitely protect me. There is no need for Xinghe. Xinghe can't beat God. Even Shenmue didn't know how to respond to such childish words at this time. He looked at Ji Xinghe with a stunned expression. Ji Xinghe ignored Shenmue and didn't operate on the bracelet because he didn't know how to answer. So Shenmue looked at Sui with a pleading look, and Sui whispered helplessly, God will not hurt you, even if Xinghe is more sensible than you think, she can understand. Shenmue hurriedly operated, but when Xinghe spoke, it was completely different from what Sui said. Xinghe can't beat God, but when the Lord drives Xinghe, even God can't be an enemy. Ji Xinghe was ashamed to look at it. Turned to the operating table and began to formulate an upgrade plan for Xinghe. He had to earn more than 30 million contribution points little by little, and Xinghe had to be upgraded little by little, so there must be a detailed plan, and some spare parts must be prepared to prevent Xinghe from being damaged and not being repaired in time. At this time, the disadvantages of non-standard mechas were magnified a lot, but Ji Xinghe must have a mecha that belongs to him completely, because he doesn't want to be a conscription mascot. He has to protect not only Ji Xinghe, but also Sichuan and other people like his son. He doesn't want anyone to sacrifice in front of him or around him as much as he can. So he was too embarrassed to watch it, but he had to watch it, because there was nothing to shoot for Ji Xinghe now. He had already recorded a lot of materials for boring work, and there was no need to shoot new ones when they could not be used up, so he could only shoot Ji Xinghe and Xinghe. Not Ji Xinghe and Shenmue, because the logic of these conversations would be recorded by Xinghe. Xinghe answered like this now, and Xinghe would answer like this in the future. In order to respond faster, Shenmue secretly ran to the side and turned on the voice recording mode. Xinghe, are you also Grandpa's knight? No, I'm the Lord's mount. A mount is, Xinghe, can you tell a story? Yes, I'll tell you a story about a mount. Okay, the white dragon horse, with its hooves facing west, carries Ji Xinghe and 3 apprentices. Wow, it's Grandpa. Who are those 3 apprentices? I only know who the eldest brother is. The Lord hasn't taken the other 2 in yet. Who is the eldest brother? It's Shenmue, the youngest second lieutenant mechanic in the Federation. He is also old Ji. If you hit me, hit me. Why are you hitting me on the head? Chapter 97. I practice martial arts, not immortality. The dust storm finally began to dissipate, and the communication between Base Number 6 and the outside world was fully restored. After being parked in space for nearly 3 months, the spaceship, carrying the supplies from the Azure Star to the alien planet, slowly landed in the hangar of Base Number 6. Due to the voyage and the material delivery plan, another spaceship full of supplies arrived at Base Number 6 a week later, which made the base feel that the living supplies were abundant. From another perspective, it was actually the supplies saved from the tight days of the past 3 months. The Federation did not have many spaceships, and it was impossible to build a rocket launch base on the alien planet. That would be tantamount to building a target for the Imperial Army. The movement of rocket launches could be easily captured clearly, so they could only rely on spaceships to rise from the alien planet's surface into space. The alien planet's atmosphere was very thin, and the Federation's most proficient chemical fuel propulsion technology was greatly restricted in this environment. The spaceship was able to fly directly from the alien planet's surface into space. The key technical point was only 4 words: strong bricks fly. The alien planet's atmosphere was thin, and there was not enough oxygen for the chemical fuel to burn fully. It was necessary to carry the corresponding oxide like a rocket. At the same time, the magnitude of chemical fuel is increased. As long as the force is strong enough, bricks can also fly directly from the surface into space. But this also leads to the need to store more fuel and oxides in the carrying space of the spacecraft, and the space available for storing materials is correspondingly reduced a lot. In fact, since the time when Ji Xinghe was born, the Federation has had the technology of Hall thrusters, which has very low requirements for the atmospheric environment, and the vacuum environment of the universe does not matter. But this technology is only applicable to space propulsion, such as spacecraft attitude control, position keeping, orbital maneuvers and interstellar flight. The flight process from the surface of the blue star into space is not as good as chemical fuel propulsion technology before the Federation's Hall thruster technology or other thruster technology has not been able to achieve qualitative development. In 2021, the 4 LHT-100 Hall thrusters put into use by the Federation Longzhou for the space station, each with a thrust of only 80 millinewtons, were already the most advanced Hall thruster devices in the entire Federation at that time. In contrast, the fighter jets using chemical fuel propulsion devices at that time could easily exceed 100 kilonewtons for a single engine thrust, and the gap was not small. 65 years later, although the Federation's related technologies have continued to develop and improve, the only manned flight device that can be truly applied to actual combat on alien planets, apart from spacecraft, is the single soldier starship that Ji Xinghe once wanted to borrow. Single soldier starship. Instructor Li, who came to say goodbye to Ji Xinghe, heard Ji Xinghe's question after saying something similar to Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun, so he looked helpless and said, "Old Ji, single soldier starships are really harder to drive than mechas." Yes, I know you often drive single soldier starships in the game Star Glory, but games are games after all. It's a miracle that you can drive a mecha. How can you really drive a single soldier starship? Sichuan, who also came to say goodbye because he received a transfer order, began to popularize the difficulty of driving a single soldier starship to Ji Xinghe. My original goal when I joined the army was to pilot a single soldier starship. That thing was originally called an aerospace fighter. It can fly directly from the surface of the blue planet into space, and can also fly directly to alien planets. It's so cool. But unfortunately, even with my physical fitness, I can't withstand the extremely high overload generated by the high-speed maneuvering of a single soldier starship, so I can only choose to be a mecha warrior. 10G overloads are easy, even if it's due to the gravity of the alien planet, the protective ability of the protective suit, etc. This is not something your body can withstand. Instructor Li added, overload is generally divided into positive overload and negative overload. Positive overload is when centrifugal force is applied from the head to the feet under acceleration, and blood is pushed to the lower part of the body. If the pilot's muscle structure cannot be adjusted well, the brain will not get proper blood supply, and the pilot is prone to visual problems called gray vision or black vision. If the pressure continues, it can eventually cause the pilot to fall into coma. Negative overload is the opposite. When flying with negative acceleration, such as flying upside down, blood rises to the head, and intracranial pressure increases, which can cause discomfort or even pain. In terms of the speed of a single soldier starship, it far exceeds the overload of ordinary fighter jets and mechas. This is no joke. Sichuan and Instructor Li sang the same tune, Lao Ji, it's easy for you to drive a single soldier starship when you play games because virtual reality technology will not produce a real overload on your body, so you think you can drive a single soldier starship. But in fact, even if you can really drive it, you can't play the real speed of a single soldier starship. As long as you play it, you will fall into coma. In terms of the speed of a single soldier starship, a careless operation will result in the destruction of the aircraft and the death of people. Ji Xinghe was just asking casually. He didn't trust Xinghe, who hadn't been fully upgraded. If there was a crisis, it would be difficult for Xinghe to protect his granddaughter. But if there was a single soldier starship, it would be different. Although a single soldier starship is a single soldier equipment, similar to a fighter jet, it usually has only one pilot, but it is not a big problem to add a passenger. Some fighter jets are two-seaters. But hearing the doubts of these two people at this time, he had to be serious. Have you two seen the data records of me driving the mecha in battle? Yes, I have seen it, all of it. Not only have I seen it, I also used the second-generation simulation system to bring you into your driving mode, and I fainted, Su Chuanayan said without any shame. It was when you collided with the imperial mecha holding the sword that I fainted. Speaking of which, I really don't understand, why didn't you faint at that time, Laoji? The impact force at that time was as high as 3.5 tons, which is equivalent to a person jumping from a height of 9 meters and falling directly on the concrete ground. Or landing on his stomach. Why didn't you faint? Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment, and asked again, why did you faint? Instructor Li and Su Chuanayan were stunned for a moment. They looked at Suhi next to them. Strictly speaking, it was Suhi's filming device, so they could only answer this question seriously. The impact force felt when driving a mecha is not the same as a real collision. With the protection of the mecha and protective clothing, it is similar to the overload during maneuvering. The blood in your body will become turbulent based on inertia, and the sudden increase in blood pressure will of course cause you to faint. It is also possible that it is not a sudden increase in blood pressure, but a blood backflow. The brain cannot get blood replenishment, which will also cause fainting. Ji Xinghe nodded, and then asked, then do you know what Danjin is? This time, let alone Instructor Li and Su Chuanayan, Suhi next to him was also stunned, and then excitedly focused the camera on Ji Xinghe. Instructor Li frowned, old Ji, don't bluff me. We are all family. There is no need to do that. Su Chuanayan's face was full of doubt. Old Ji, I asked, and the doctor said that you don't have any golden elixir in your body, so there is no elixir power at all. Dan power is not the golden elixir. I just practice martial arts, not immortality. Ji Xinghe pondered again and began to explain. The so-called elixir power is the internalized golden elixir, which is round everywhere. Old Ji, you are really bluffing me. Su Chuanayan was stunned. One moment you say there is no golden elixir, and the next moment you say there is a golden elixir. Do you have a golden elixir or not? Otherwise, let's take an X-ray of you? Or an MRI. Condensing the golden elixir is just a metaphor, not the real golden elixir, Ji Xinghe said helplessly. It's holding the elixir and sitting on the hips. To put it more exaggeratedly, it means to condense the body's essence, spirit, blood and marrow into one point, which is the so-called golden elixir. To put it bluntly, it is actually to concentrate the body's strength, concentrate it in the danshan, and then explode. The closer it is concentrated, the stronger the explosive power. You only use your fists to hit people, and at most you can combine your waist and horse, but I can use all the strength of my whole body. Su Chuanayan sighed, extremely disappointed. Still no golden elixir. Instructor Li asked blankly, so what? What does this have to do with what we just said? It is related. The strength of the whole body naturally includes the strength of breath and blood. Successfully holding the elixir, in a sense, means that you can control ki and blood with your mind. After explaining, Ji Xinghe asked again, why did you feel dizzy just now? Oh, Su Chuanayan suddenly widened his eyes. Old Ji, do you mean, you can have high blood pressure if you want, or low blood pressure if you want? Or you can have anemia if you want? Instructor Li suddenly realized something and asked, so, your Xinghe is driven in a sitting mode, because you can sit with your arms around your hips? Forget it. Ji Xinghe waved his hand and said, just tell me if base number 6 can take the test for a single soldier starship driver's license. No, don't even think about it. You are not allowed to drive a mecha, and you still want to drive a single soldier starship. Old Ji, we are leaving, you take it easy, okay? Then I'll take it easy. Ji Xinghe looked at the alien planet's surface that had returned to its clear state outside the porthole. and then looked at the single soldier starship parked in the hangar. If there was no problem, he would take it easy. Chapter 98 I teach them. Lieutenant Colonel Chen soon left, Instructor Li left, Su Chuan'an left, Andre left. All the people that Ji Xinghe gradually became familiar with left. This may be a means of punishment, but it is more of a normal transfer. Compared with the blockade line and the military camp, the living environment of the base is much more comfortable. People who live on alien planets all year round need a short period of comfort, but it is impossible to arrange everyone to live in the base, especially the mecha warriors. Some need to fight, and some need to rest. There is always an average. Don't worry too much, because of you, if there is an accident, you and Xinghe will be evacuated at the first time. This is a message sent by Lieutenant Colonel Chen soon to Ji Xinghe when he left base number 6. He should have heard Instructor Li say that Ji Xinghe wanted to take the single soldier starship driver's license. With his thinking ability, it is easy to judge what Ji Xinghe thinks. Ji Xinghe expressed his gratitude and blessings, and added a smiling expression. When he was young, he didn't like the smiling expression because it looked like a mocking smile, but he liked this expression when he got older. This may be the price of growing up. Just like when he was young, he liked to put the bottom of his shirt outside his waistband, but after middle age, he would only tuck the bottom of his shirt and t-shirt into his waistband. I don't know if Chen Soon thinks Ji Xinghe's smile is a mockery, but Ji Xinghe knows very well that there is another meaning in Chen Soon's message, and the fact is just as he expected. When the person in charge of the relevant affairs of the base was replaced, he lost the opportunity to quickly earn contribution points. Sergeant Ji Xinghe, please don't have any psychological burden, and don't have any opinions about us. This is just a normal personnel transfer. The person who replaced Lieutenant Colonel Chen Soon is Tang Qiao. It sounds like a name from Long Zhao, but in fact he is indeed a person from Ying Zhao. Tang Qiao, the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, is also about 40 years old. He is tall but does not look like a professional soldier because his figure has changed. We hope that you can shine in a more suitable position. Repairing vehicles such as cars and armored vehicles is more in line with your original profession, and these are crucial to our overall strategic layout on the alien planet. Yes, don't underestimate the profession of auto mechanic, because you repair not only cars, but also conventional and military vehicles, and some other necessary machinery for life. Tang Qiao had a gentle smile on his face, his eyes were sincere, and his tone was sincere. From the performance point of view, he was much better than the expressionless Lieutenant Colonel Chen Soon, but what he said was extremely cold and ruthless. He asked Ji Xinghe to go to the regular repair area, which meant that Ji Xinghe was no longer a first-level mecha warrior with 12 gold stars, and no longer a professional mechanic who could create stars and moons. Ji Xinghe had a blank expression on his face, and his eyes were calmer than Tang Qiao expected. Sui next to him was very nervous at the moment. He was very worried that Ji Xinghe would conflict with Tang Qiao and then beat him up. Compared with other people in the base, he could be said to be the one who knew best that Ji Xinghe was actually a violent person. In fact, Tang Qiao is also very nervous now, but there are 4 professional soldiers behind him. Although he knows very well that these 4 people combined cannot beat Ji Xinghe, the problem is that these 4 people have guns. Anything else? Ji Xinghe asked back in a calm tone. No more. Tang Qiao's expression did not change at all, and the tension in his heart turned into pride. His tone was slightly harsh. I just hope you can get to your job as soon as possible. During the last dust storm, too many vehicles were damaged, and the people in the regular repair area are a little too busy. Okay, Ji Xinghe responded and turned to leave. Sui was a little angry but said nothing. He just planned to send the video he recorded back to the Blue Star, and then let his colleagues use public opinion to put pressure on Tang Qiao and the politicians who made such a decision. But Tang Qiao had expected this. Reporter Su, General Tu Yuan gave you the power to shoot videos. I will not change General Tu Yuan's order, but I need to remind you that we have the power to check all the data you send back to the Blue Star. If any confidential information is found, you will suffer consequences that you cannot bear at all. Sui was stunned and looked back at Tang Qiao with a stunned expression. This scene did not cause any special changes, and Tang Qiao's eyes were even more proud. But when Ji Xinghe, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, the pride in Tang Qiao's eyes disappeared instantly, and he was ready to retreat at any time. Ji Xinghe turned around, looked at Tang Qiao seriously, and asked curiously, "Are you treating me like this because you don't want me to die? Is it because you want me to finish filming the old man in the sea?" Do you want to use me to recruit soldiers, or even get more resources? Tang Qiao was a little surprised, but still smiled and shook his head. Sergeant Ji Xinghe, you think too much? It's just a normal transfer. If there are not enough people in the machine repair area and we are short of mecha warriors, we will replace your job as soon as possible. Then I will take it as your answer is yes. Ji Xinghe nodded slightly and asked again, then, does this mean that as long as I don't do anything that will anger heaven and earth, or seriously violate the law and military discipline, you will not do anything to me, nor dare to do anything to me? Tang Qiao was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly explained, Mr. Ji, you misunderstood. I said it very clearly. It's not the reasons you said at all. You, shut up. Ji Xinghe's voice suddenly became louder, interrupting Tang Qiao's words with a scolding, and also making the 4 professional soldiers behind Tang Qiao nervous. They even subconsciously reached for their waists. Stop, what are you doing? Tang Qiao was angry, but not against Ji Xinghe, or on the surface, he was not against Ji Xinghe. While retreating, he shouted at the 4 soldiers who were originally behind him but now in front of him, this is Mr. Ji Xinghe, a combat hero of the Federation, a first-class mecha warrior with 12 gold stars. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Do you think a combat hero will attack a lieutenant colonel of the Federation? Ji Xinghe frowned and looked at Tang Qiao, who was making indirect accusations like a clown. I only agreed to reporter Suhi to film me. It was because of Suhi? Tang Qiao was surprised and a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that Ji Xinghe, who calmly accepted the transfer order, would choose to confront him because of what he said to Suhi. His tone returned to calm. Of course, this is your right. Suhi was the most panicked person in the audience. He hurriedly persuaded Ji Xinghe with his eyes. Ji Xinghe looked at Tang Qiao again, turned around and left. Suhi breathed a sigh of relief and followed closely. Tang Qiao looked at Ji Xinghe's back with some dissatisfaction, but just like the questions Ji Xinghe had just asked, he didn't dare to do anything directly to Ji Xinghe. And just like what Lieutenant Colonel Chen Soon said, if there was really any problem with base number 6, Ji Xinghe and Ji Rongzhen would definitely be among the people with the highest priority for evacuation. On the other side, Suhi, who had already walked far away, suddenly spoke after a moment of silence. I'm sorry, Lao Ji, it's none of your business. Ji Xinghe waved his hand, his tone gentle again. I should say sorry to you, because I was taking advantage of you just now. I used you as an excuse to test their bottom line. You know what I meant without testing. How can you be using me by helping me out? Or should I say sorry to you, Laoji? I'm just a reporter. At most, I have the title of a battlefield reporter, but to be honest, it doesn't matter. There are many people who can replace me, but there is only one person who can replace you. Don't help me out in the future, let alone being threatened. Even if it's true, it's not worth offending them. No, I didn't offend them. Ji Xinghe's tone was calm, but his words were extremely firm. They offended me. Suhi was speechless, and said with some concern, Lieutenant Colonel Chen Soon and the others have all said that they won't let you take advantage of your seniority anymore. Everyone calls me Mr. Ji, why can't I take advantage of my age? The people of Yingzhou don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young, so I'll teach them. Suhi didn't know how to persuade him, so he could only ask, Old Ji, what are you going to do? Do what they say first. First, they promised to give Xingxin the best treatment, free of charge. Yes, that's good, Suhi reminded. In fact, you don't have to worry too much. I heard that General Tu Yuan is coming to Alien Planet soon. Although he is one of the few civilian generals in the Federation, he is very likely to be responsible for specific combat command tasks this time. At the very least, he can be responsible for logistics management. He is your mentor and will definitely support you. Mentor? Ji Xinghe didn't comment, because the middle strategy he chose at the beginning was proposed by Tu Yuan. Thanks to Shu Hongxian, 100 Kidian coins. For the reward, thanks to Erwu Sanren, 600 Kidian coins. For the reward, thanks to book friend 2022019170753507, 100 Kidian coins. For the reward, thanks to GK Yaodian Pang, 100 Kidian coins. For the reward, thanks to the Sultanate of Ram's Radish Crisp Cake, 1,500 Kidian coins. For the reward, thanks to Mo Yuzhen Yin, 10,000 Kidian coins. For the reward, thanks to Ming Ming, 500 Kidian coins. For the reward, Thanks to book friend 160,103,232,524,087, 100 Kidian coins. For the reward, thanks to write well and persist, 100 Kidian coins. For the reward, thank you reader 1231170254398763008, 100 Kidian coins. For the reward, thank you Zheng Tunan, 1,500 Kidian coins. For the reward. Thank you book friend 20180526111726790, 100 Kidian coins. For the reward, thank you Zio Min Jin Chu Yu, 100 Kidian coins. For the reward, thank you Yi Mengwei Mazan Jian Bianyat, 100 Kidian coins. For the reward, thank you nickname random filling is better than numbers, 500 Kidian coins. For the reward, thank you bosses for the reward support. Thank Mo Using Yuan for becoming the helmsman. Thank you to all the bosses who voted for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets and comment support. Love you. Chapter 99 I can rob but I can't steal. For many people, Ji Xinghe suffered unfair treatment, but for Ji Xinghe, the current life is the track he should have been on. At the beginning, Master Liu's recruitment was an accident. Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun's concept of people and things should be used to the fullest on the front line was also an accident. Han Li and his battle were accidents. He became a special instructor in the training area of the No. 6 base, and later obtained a third-level Mecha Warrior license, etc., are all accidents extended from accidents. Many people think that Ji Xinghe must be very dissatisfied with going to the regular repair area, and it is possible to make a big incident at any time, especially after hearing that he threatened Lieutenant Colonel Tang Qiao. But in fact, although Ji Xinghe is dissatisfied, he will not do anything about it. His granddaughter is growing up healthily, and the new treatment method is said to be very effective. That was an opportunity he could not get even if he had money before. He has become a Mecha warrior with 12 gold stars. He has an exclusive Mecha named Xinghe, or it is more accurate to use a private Mecha. All the ace Mecha warriors of the Federation and some special Mecha warriors actually only have exclusive use rights for their exclusive mechas. The mechas themselves do not belong to them but to the Federation. But the Xinghe Mecha belongs completely to Ji Xinghe personally from any angle, including legal, rational and so on. There is gain and loss. Ji Xinghe understood this truth a long time ago. He never forgot revenge, but now his primary goal is to take good care of Ji Rongzhenyu. Is it a burden? No, Ji Xinghe was also a burden to his parents. When his parents were seriously ill, he became his parents' hope and hope for the continuation of life. Ji Rongzhenyu is not a burden to Ji Xinghe. She is Ji Xinghe's hope. Grandpa, why do we bring Xinghe here? There are no mechas here. Will Xinghe be bored? Ji Rongzhenyu, who is led by Ji Xinghe, watched the tractor stop. Xinghe, who turned on the automatic driving mode, slowly walked down from the tractor and stood solemnly at the edge of an operating area, with puzzlement in his wide eyes. It won't be boring, because Xingxin is with Xinghe, and Xinghe can also be with Xingxin. Ji Xinghe rubbed Ji Rongzhenyu's head, indicating that he could chat with Xinghe as before. Ji Rongzhenyu, who was allowed, trotted and appeared behind Xinghe. Xinghe, squat down quickly. Okay, my princess, Xinghe responded and slowly squatted on the ground. The 4-meter-high Mecha was much higher than Ji Rongzhenyu even if it squatted. The cockpit that slowly opened behind it was also a height that Ji Rongzhenyu could not climb up now, but Xinghe's built-in intelligent program had a perfect response mode. It stretched out its 2 metal arms behind it, used the eyes behind its head to see Ji Rongzhenyu's position clearly, and then accurately placed the palms of both hands at Ji Rongzhenyu's feet. Ji Rongzhenyu, who is already very experienced, raised his feet and stepped on Xinghe's hands, and at the same time squatted down and grabbed the edge of the armor on Xinghe's forearm. This action was actually a bit redundant. Xinghe, who is in normal mode, moved very slowly and could not hurt Ji Rongzhenyu. However, this was Ji Xinghe's requirement and insistence. He wanted Ji Rongzhenyu to protect herself at all times. When Xinghe raised her hands to the cockpit, Ji Rongzhenyu suppressed the urge to jump in. She looked at Ji Xinghe, waved her hands, and after getting a response, she walked in and sat in her exclusive seat. When the cockpit door slowly closed, Xinghe had already stood up. A gentle light lit up inside the cockpit. A helmet customized for Ji Rongzhenyu slowly descended. Ji Rongzhenyu skillfully grabbed it and put it on. Her sight brightened. It was a visible window formed by holographic projection technology. There were pictures that Xinghe could see, as well as pictures similar to those of a communication bracelet. Grandpa, I'm going to start studying with Xinghe. Don't worry about me, okay, Xinghe? Come on, Grandpa has to work hard too, but don't work too hard, Grandpa knows. Thank you Xinghe, you're welcome. Xinghe also wants to thank Grandpa, you're welcome. The conversation ended, but Ji Xinghe did not take off his headphones, but just turned off his microphone temporarily. After the dust storm ended, a large number of wounded were transported from the front line to base number 6. The temporary school, which was mainly composed of medical staff, was closed again, but Xinghe did not stop going to school. Ji Xinghe built an auxiliary learning module in Xinghe and connected to the base's database to obtain many age-appropriate online courses. With the help of Shen Mu and Suhe, the conversation between Xinghe and Ji Rongzhenyu and helping Ji Rongzhenyu learn, etc., have formed a virtual circle. Master Ji, can the mecha you built achieve true autonomous driving? When Ji Xinghe turned off the microphone, the maintenance personnel in the regular repair area surrounded him. They were full of curiosity about Ji Xinghe and Xinghe. No, Ji Xinghe patiently explained, it still uses the existing artificial intelligence auxiliary program, which can only perform relatively simple maneuvers and cannot be applied to actual combat. Just like the automatic driving program of a car, they can drive on normal roads, but they can't cross mountains and ridges, nor can they participate in racing competitions. This example made the maintenance personnel understand, and many people showed disappointment in their eyes. Although they didn't have any expectations for Xinghe. The fact that Ji Xinghe built a mecha was already known to everyone in base number 6. It was also known that the raw materials used to build Xinghe were all discarded parts. Because Ji Xinghe created miracles many times, they still had expectations, but the facts seemed to show that miracles would not appear at will. That's such a pity. I don't know when we can develop a better artificial intelligence program to let artificial intelligence drive mechas to fight and reduce casualties. No, let's not research artificial intelligence anymore. I'm really afraid that we have just defeated the Empire and we have to fight artificial intelligence again. That's too scary. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't that how it's played in the movies? Watching movies all day, don't you know how to study hard? A mechanic who doesn't want to repair mechas is not a qualified mechanic, so what if he can repair mechas? Lao Ji is still, shut up, everyone, and do what you should do. The lieutenant officer in charge of the routine repair area scolded and drove away the maintenance personnel who had gathered, and then said to Ji Xinghe with an apologetic look, I'm sorry, Master Ji, we are not professional soldiers. We are all specially recruited because of our professional skills and excellent physical fitness. We are not so casual at ordinary times. It's just that the taut strings suddenly loosened during the dust storm, so, it doesn't matter, just call me Lao Ji. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment, I'm not a professional soldier either. My job is a mechanic. Okay, then I'll call you Lao Ji, and you can just call me Xiao Wang from now on. Lieutenant Wang laughed, it's like I got this rank for nothing. Unlike your rank which was earned through hard work, it's all the same. We're all making contributions, and they're all important. It's good that you think so. I'm just afraid that you might have objections. Actually, Lao Ji, I'll tell you the truth, I did receive an order, and you should be able to understand even if I don't explain the details. But, let me put it this way, as long as you stay here with us, I won't care what you want to do. Thank you, don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Hearing this, Lieutenant Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Lao Ji, do you want to take a rest? I heard that you were injured before, and your health is important. It's not too late to work after you're well. The work intensity here is much less than that in the machine repair area. Thank you, I have fully recovered and can start work immediately. May I ask if you have any work arrangements? I really don't have that, Lao Ji. I'm telling you the truth. You can do whatever you want. As for the work content, I'll share my task log with you. It's the task log of our entire repair area. As long as it's a task that hasn't been assigned or received, you can take it. Ji Xinghe did not reject Lieutenant Wang's kindness. He operated on the bracelet with Lieutenant Wang, and soon he saw all the maintenance tasks in the repair area. Single soldier starship, Ji Xinghe was a little surprised. Is this thing also repaired here? It depends on the damage and the degree. It will be sent to us occasionally. Lao Ji, can you repair this? I know a little, and I can still learn. Then I'll arrange someone to teach you now. Only a very small number of people here can repair single soldier starships. You know a little, and you will definitely learn quickly. After all, everyone knows your level, don't worry about it. Ji Xinghe kept flipping on the bracelet screen and finally stopped. Lieutenant Wang, can I repair this LX-21 armored vehicle? Of course, Lieutenant Wang subconsciously wanted to agree but suddenly froze. He looked at Ji Xinghe, who had a calm expression, and then turned his head to look at Xinghe, who stood solemnly. When he looked at Ji Xinghe again, his expression had become very embarrassed, but he finally gritted his teeth and said, "It's okay, but Lao Ji, when you are pulling the wool, don't catch just one, it's easy to be discovered. Also, just call me Xiao Wang, I panic when you call me Lieutenant Wang." Ji Xinghe was a little stunned, and then he remembered that the materials used in some parts of the LX-21 armored vehicle are common to most mechas. But he chose to repair this kind of armored vehicle because the contribution points are relatively higher. Xiao Wang, it's not what you think. If I need it, I will choose to earn it with my own ability, and I will never steal. Lieutenant Wang didn't believe this, and said helplessly, Lao Ji, when you were taking the mecha driving qualification test, Instructor Li was afraid that you would drive the mecha away directly. Later we all knew that you had done something with a single soldier starship when you were on the Azure Star, so it spread? Ji Xinghe explained helplessly, in fact, I didn't steal at that time, it should be considered as robbery, because I knew very well that when I moved the single soldier starship, it would be impossible not to be discovered, but I didn't expect it to be locked remotely, and I couldn't force it to unlock it for a while. So, I didn't rob it. Lieutenant Wang wanted to ask if there was a difference, but he didn't ask it after all. Okay, Lao Ji, whatever you say is what I mean, and my words count. You can do whatever you want, and you can take this task at will, thank you. Chapter 100 Work and Training. An LX-21 armored vehicle was towed to the operation area in charge of Ji Xinghe. Unlike other operation areas with many people, there was only one person in his operation area. Some people think that he was playing badly because he was dissatisfied with the work arrangement, but in fact he just wanted to save money. The special instructors in the training area get 30,000 contribution points per month, the basic salary of auto repair is 10,000 contribution points per month, and the basic tasks in the independent operation area are completed every month. 20,000 contribution points can be obtained, and the additional task contribution points are calculated separately. Ji Xinghe started his repair work and also calculated the accounts in his mind. His salary in the training area has increased. After all, he is not only a peerless master now, but also a first-level mecha warrior with 12 gold stars. The salary amount of other job responsibilities also exceeds the normal level, which is one of the compensations for transferring him to the regular repair area. From a certain point of view, Ji Xinghe really makes money. He does not have to bear any risks. He only needs to repair conventional mechanical creations such as cars every day, shoot some daily work materials and life materials, and guide the relevant personnel in the training area. He can get a lot of contribution points and accumulate super high popularity through documentaries. But is this really the life he wants? If I'm the only one, I don't have to share a lot of money with others. I can have at least 60,000 basic salary every month. According to my work efficiency, more than 100,000 should not be a problem. The work efficiency of more people will naturally be high, but there are gains and losses. After weighing the pros and cons, Ji Xinghe chose one person to be responsible for an independent operation area because he was really short of money. Without counting spare parts, I still need about 35.2 million contribution points to complete the final upgrade of Xinghe 100,000 per month. I need 352 months, which is, this account is easy to make people discouraged, but Ji Xinghe's heart is not cold at all. He has always been a person who never admits defeat and a person with absolute self-confidence. Many people can say that there is no limit to human beings, but how many people can follow it? He just lacks some opportunities now. He doesn't want these opportunities to appear, but he knows that these opportunities will definitely appear. So he, who didn't know what he was busy with before, rushed over and started his daily shooting and interviews. Lao Ji, is it difficult for you to repair this armored vehicle? No. Ji Xinghe's tone was calm but full of confidence. An armored vehicle is also a kind of car. In essence, it is no different from the car I repaired before. The armor is thicker, the body is heavier, the power system is more powerful, and the off-road capability is required to be higher. These are not essential changes. He nodded in agreement. He believed everything Ji Xinghe said, and his upper limit of cognition of Ji Xinghe's ability was also very high. The reason why this question was asked was just because this was an interview, and some seemingly ordinary questions had to be asked. During the interview and filming, Ji Xinghe had used tools to remove the damaged armor of the armored vehicle. Those full metal armors weighing hundreds of kilograms were as light as a feather in his hands, making Suhi next to him open his mouth wide. Even on an alien planet with low gravity, it wouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Old Ji, how strong are you? Suhi asked. I mean, what is the maximum weight you can lift? Lift it? Well, if you snatch it, it's more than 100 kilograms. How much is 100? 140. I haven't tested it specifically, but after coming to the alien planet, I feel that the burden on my body is much lighter. 140 kilograms, that's two of me? Suhi, who weighs only 70 kilograms, looked at Ji Xinghe's tall figure and couldn't believe that this was a 65-year-old man. Although the technological development of the Federation has increased the average life expectancy from 77.3 years old in 2019 to the current 93 years old at an average level of about 1 year every 4 years, centenarians who have lived for 2 centuries are no longer rare, but the aging of the human body, the weakening of physical fitness, etc. are natural laws that are difficult to violate. At the age of 60 or 70, it is already very good not to breathe heavily when climbing a mountain. What is the concept of lifting a weight of 140 kilograms? Lao Ji, why don't we find a time to give you a detailed physical test? I think the audience is also very curious about this. After Suhi made the suggestion, he explained, you should know that with the development of technology, life is becoming more and more convenient, and driving has become fully automatic. The average physical fitness of human beings is getting weaker and weaker. I have read a report before that said that sooner or later we will degenerate into legless creatures. If we can see your physical test report, it should be able to stimulate the craze for national fitness. In fact, it has already been stimulated, but we can add fuel to the fire. Lifting 140 kilograms on an alien planet is really amazing at your age? Ji Xinghe nodded, and corrected, I didn't say on an alien planet just now, but on the blue planet. Suhi's expression and tone were very shocked. Then it would be 420 kilograms on an alien planet. Don't be so exaggerated, those weightlifting champions can snatch more than 200 kilograms, I mean my weight class. It's really not my fault. Lao Ji, you are benchmarking against the world champions, and you are much older than them. I guess they won't be able to compare with you when they reach your age? It's not that exaggerated, the damaged armor that was removed was all placed on a small intelligent tractor. They will be transported to the corresponding area for remelting and remaking into brand new armor that can be installed on armored vehicles. The material of these armors is the same as the protective armor of many mechas. If Ji Xinghe has an idea, he can intercept them during the repair process, and then find an opportunity to reforge them into protective armor for mechas, and then replace them for Xinghe. However, protective armor is actually not valuable in comparison, so Ji Xinghe has no idea at all. And he is so clean that he doesn't even leave some scraps. After that, he repaired the internal components of the armored vehicle, which went very smoothly. If the difficulty of repair is graded according to the game, entry, simple, medium, advanced, and hell, his current job is only simple difficulty. And repairing mechas is at least advanced difficulty. The repair of some key parts can be called hell difficulty. Because the difficulty has decreased, Ji Xinghe, who has repaired many mecha parts, has improved his repair level, so his repair speed is very fast. Before the remelted armor was sent back, the repair work of the main body of the armored vehicle had been completed. Instead of waiting, he took on a new maintenance task again, and another damaged LX-21 armored vehicle was transported over. He did not stop for a moment during the normal 8-hour working time. After a day, except for the time for eating and the time to go to the training area to guide the battle after eating, he once again started the overtime mode. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Suhi, who was watching, could not hold on any longer, but Ji Xinghe finally stopped his repair work. Old Ji, aren't you tired? Go back and rest quickly. I'm so tired just sitting next to you and watching. Not tired yet, you go back first, I still have something to do. What's the matter? I'm practicing mecha driving. Ji Xinghe looked at Xinghe parked aside. Ji Xinghe had gone back to rest after dinner, so this metro was very idle. The tired Suhi suddenly became excited. I have to shoot this. Lao Ji, where are you going to practice? To the training area, to the surface, because the air pressure is different, the training effect in the base is not very good, but Suhi hesitated, he didn't know what to say. It doesn't matter. Ji Xinghe walked towards Xinghe. They will agree, because they are very willing to see me damage Xinghe during training, so that they don't have to worry that I will drive Xinghe directly out one day. Aren't you tired? No. Suhi was silent. He thought that Ji Xinghe, who was working normally today, had accepted this more favorable and safer work arrangement. But at this time, looking at Ji Xinghe, who had worked for 15 hours today, his steps were still firm, his posture was still upright, and he landed in the cockpit of Xinghe. He only saw 3 words: hard to let go. P.S. I am also hard to let go. Today, there is no news of 280,000 words on the shelves. The bosses who are reading should not raise it. The follow-up data is too poor and has a great impact. Come on for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. There are 9,105 collections, but the weekly recommendation votes are only over 500, and the monthly votes are even pitifully few. Please, I really want to put it on the shelves. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.